The January 3rd, 2017 meeting of the Board of Commissioners is now in session. If I may call up Mr. Reverend Walter Gallup, Air Force Chaplain retired, to give the invocation and pledge. If you can all rise.
Bobby, Commissioners, we've just completed a holiday season with all the festivities, and now we come to the beginning of a new year. And I offer this prayer in our behalf as we begin this new year. Let us pray. God of our nation, we ask you to be with us as we begin a new year. Preserve in our hearts and minds a large measure of the Christmas spirit during this past year. Even after we have taken down the Christmas trees and laid away their decorations, we still need the beauty, the dreams, the hope, and the joy to walk with us in this a new beginning year. As we walk across another year's boundary, facing the clamors of governing, of commerce, the suffering and pain of our neighbors, we still need a guiding star and a heavenly vision and remembrance of the Holy Child is born. As our path leads away from the Christmas season and levels out in the stern realities of life, grant that the vision of the angels and their song, Peace on Earth, shall still inspire us, and their heavenly assurance away from the drabness and the dullness of mere living. Keep our lives reverent this year, that we may serve you as we serve our community and as we serve our nation. Hear our prayer, O Lord. Amen. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you.
Thank you. You may be seated. Thank you, Reverend Gallup. The next item on our agenda is the approval of the agenda.
Mr. Chairman, I'd like to make a change to the agenda if I could. Under new business, section C, I would like to take out nominations for commissioners to advisories and put it on the next meeting if possible. I would add item 1 would be the planning board. Item 2 would be the recreation advisory board. Item 3 would be the historic preservation commission.
I'll second that.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Motion passes unanimously. Next item is public hearing and action, PB 16-15, Elizabeth Latundra, and I will hand that over to Mr. Woody.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This is a text amendment that you're considering tonight, submitted by Ms. Latundra. We just went through the work session on this, so you've gotten some background in terms of timeline and some of the information related to the Court of Appeals decision. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to build on that a little bit, walk through the text amendment itself. There's 2 options. I'm going to cover both of those and then give some staff recommendations related to each, as well as the planning board recommendation. Ms. Latundra substantially constructed a residential project in the off-road area. It is substantially built. Prior to applying for the building permit in 2013, as we discussed earlier, the planning director, Board of Adjustment and Superior Court ruled that, in fact, this structure was a single-family dwelling for permitting purposes. That was overruled by the Court of Appeals recently that said, no, in fact, it's comprised of 3 buildings and does not meet the definition of a single-family dwelling in Currituck County. As a response to that, Ms. Latundra and her representative have filed a text amendment request to Currituck County to reconsider the definition of single-family dwelling. As I mentioned, that was done in response to the Court of Appeals case. And what they have said in their application, which is included in your agenda packet, is that the applicant concludes that the definition is outlined in the opinion of the court. If it's applied throughout the county, it will be overly restrictive, particularly for pile-constructed dwellings or additions to existing dwellings. That was their basis for the text amendment. I'm sure they'll build on that tonight during their presentation. What I'm going to do is I'm going to kind of jump right towards the staff recommendation portion of your staff report and walk through that. There's a lot of information that'll be covered, I think, in testimony from people here tonight for the public hearing. In your agenda package, it was a very long package. All the attachments are referenced. When I'm done, I can answer any questions you have on the staff report or the attachments, but I'm not going to cover those verbatim. I'm going to walk through kind of the summary of this, and then I'll be available for questions, like I said. The Latendra project is obviously the focal point for this, so it's hard not to look at this one structure and put all our kind of focus and attention on that, but it's important to note that you are required to consider this text amendment request in the broader context of the whole community. So when you do evaluate this, don't just think about Latendra or not just the oceanfront and the Arcwood area, but think about how this would apply for the county as a whole, including the mainland and other communities in our geographies. I want to go right off the top here and say that it's a complex case. It's a matter of whether or not a single-family dwelling is comprised of one building or multiple buildings. We know this to be more, it's highlighted more in this case because we have a permit from the Division of Coastal Management that references 3 buildings. However, the county has looked at this as one building. So one thing I'll say right up front is there are instances in this county when the planning and inspection staff has permitted what are probably multiple structures under one roof. I want to say that generally the zoning officer is not going to look at construction details. So if you have a site plan that comes in from the zoning side of things, we look to make sure, number one, that the use is a single-family dwelling, and number two, that it's generally built in a way that can function as a single-family dwelling. The planning and zoning officer is not going to look to see what type of construction is used for the foundation system or for the wall system. That generally falls more on the building inspector side of things. So typically the planning department, when determining if something is a building or 3 buildings or a single-family dwelling, in large part we're going to rely upon the information that's provided to us. If there's questions, we'll ask those, but we kind of work through that. What I think is important for the board tonight is to think about how you define single-family dwelling and in some respects how your staff will implement that, because what we define in the UDO for a single-family dwelling is a zoning standard, so the planning department will be the ones that will enforce that. So what I would suggest to the board is that just ask yourself, when you're considering this definition, how much flexibility in construction and design methodology should you allow, and at any extent do you want to allow multiple buildings to be considered a single-family dwelling, or if not, in what manner should those buildings be integrated to function as a single-family dwelling? All those are things that you have to kind of work through tonight during your deliberation and your public hearing. The applicant initially came in and they submitted option A. Option A is the first text amendment option in your package. It's a very simple definition. It basically defines a single-family dwelling as a residential use. It really focuses on the use of the property. Doesn't get into directly how buildings are connected, if it's one building, if it's 2 building, whatever it may be. So in that respect, it probably gives maximum flexibility to a contractor or a prospective builder in that they can build a single-family dwelling, and there's not a lot that encompasses what that means or how it can lay out. Staff's concern with option A is that it may be too open-ended. If you remember in the work session, I showed a slide that showed when this particular project originally started, it was clearly 3 distinct separate buildings. In staff's opinion, that's probably not the best way to move forward with a single-family dwelling. When you have situations where you can build separate buildings, you could see in the future where you have elements of group housing that could exist. So there's things to consider when you allow your definition to completely rely upon use or function. Keeping that in mind, what staff did is as we worked through this, we actually felt like that perhaps another option was needed, because following the Court of Appeals decision, it does seem that we need to take a look at some of our definitions and maybe make some revisions to make those reflect more what the board wants to see in terms of single-family development construction. When staff looked at this, we actually developed an option B, which still provides some flexibility, but it still references a building. So if you remember the second drawing I showed you during the work session, we had those 3 disparate buildings connected with space. I think the concept that if you have a single-family dwelling, that it be one or be a building or function together is important. I think that's what makes a single-family dwelling different from other types of residential dwellings, such as townhomes, condominiums, group housing. In doing this, we also did a lot of research. We looked at other coastal communities to see how they defined residential building or single-family dwelling. In your staff reports, there's a matrix that shows you definitions from other coastal communities. By and large, most, almost, if not all the coastal communities, except for a few, they tend to focus their definition on the concept of a building or a structure or a principal structure. So I think that's kind of a common thread that exists in other coastal communities, and that's why staff kind of lean towards option B to give a little more, to kind of create some, to minimize unintended consequences and create some structure around what a single-family dwelling is. So those are the two options you have in front of you tonight in terms of approving a text amendment. You have option A, which is very use-oriented. You have option B, which still falls back to the concept of having a building to represent a single-family dwelling. And this is in the staff report. I've had subsequent meetings with the applicant, Ms. Latondra, and they feel like, in their opinion, they can meet option A or B. They're going to need to explain that to you in more detail. But that is a consideration I want the board to think through tonight. What I don't want to see happen is I don't want folks to think that if we adopt option B in the Latondra project isn't going to work. Well, let's make sure if you do adopt a text amendment, understand how it relates to the Latondra project as well as the rest of the county. So I just want to make sure we all understand what we're approving and how that relates to other projects in this county. I'll say that when we started this process and the staff made the original interpretation that was appealed to the Board of Adjustment, our position was that that building with those improvements was a single principal structure for permitting purposes. As you know, the court ruled that was not correct. The court ruled further that the Board of Adjustment's intent was not that. So that's why it needs to be corrected if you, in fact, want to have those types of structures be permitted as a single-family dwelling. What makes the Latondra structure unique for your purposes tonight, along with any other oceanfront structures, is oftentimes when the buildings exceed 5,000 square feet, you're going to have a CAMO permit that comes into play that may dictate a different setback. So you still have the issue that has to be worked through. If the county's calling a structure one building, but the Division of Coastal Management still calls it 3 buildings, what do you do with that? Which agency's position kind of carries the day, so to speak? I don't know the answer to that, but I just want the board to understand that if we have option B, we need to think through what that means in terms of, is it a building, is it multiple buildings, can it be one for one agency and another for the other agency? So that's just a thought to keep in mind as you evaluate this. The one thing I do need to point out that you're required to do as you consider text amendments, you have to look at you have to make a consistency and reasonable statement that's required for approval or denial of a text amendment. So what that means is, in general statutes, you have to say why the amendment is consistent with the land use plan or not, and why it's reasonable in the public interest or not. So you've got to work through that. There's not a lot of direction in the land use plan about this particular text amendment. We're at a very detailed level in terms of defining one specific use. So it's hard to go in there and find a policy that says, well, you should define it this way. Our land use plan generally says single-family dwellings should be allowed in single-family zoning districts, and that's about as detailed as it gets. There is one policy, though, that I have to point out that needs to be considered. There is a policy in the land use plan called OB9, which actually states that when you have development in the off-road area, that development should be located as far westward as possible. So the idea or the concept is that we have a land use plan that says when you have large houses or you have development in the off-road area, it needs to be located as far away from the ocean as possible. I think you should consider to what extent will your amendment tonight perhaps allow development to be located closer to the ocean front than it otherwise would be allowed to. I think that's a question you've got to work through as you hear the information from both sides and decide if, in fact, this amendment tonight, number one, is it consistent with the land use plan or is it not? When you make that decision, you need to say why it is or isn't. And number two, does it just make sense from a permitting standpoint? How do we want to permit single-family dwellings in this county? And I think that's the questions you have. I know I'm getting ahead of myself, but I know that there'll be a lot of pictures you'll see tonight. You'll probably see other, as I said when I started this, you'll see other houses where the county has historically probably permitted multiple buildings under one roof. And if I went to the building permit file, we probably permitted that as one structure, as one house. So there is a history of some of that permitting in this county. Again, in those instances I referenced, you generally don't have a CAMA permit that comes into play and may look at it or call it a different configuration than you otherwise think it is from the zoning side of things. It's a lot of information in our staff report. Staff is recommending approval of option B. We think on the whole, that's probably the better option for the county. It provides some structure to what a single-family dwelling is. It cleans up some of the other definitions that came out as problematic in the Court of Appeals decision. As I mentioned earlier, the applicant has indicated they can comply with option B. I would encourage the board to understand that and make sure we're all on the same page about what that means and where it goes from here. The planning board did hear this request, and they recommended actually to deny both option A and B. The reason given by the planning board was that the text amendment conflicts with the current land use plan and would cause a negative effect with surrounding houses, and also since it would cause a problem countywide. And that motion for denial by the planning board was a unanimous vote. And with that, I can answer any questions you have on the staff report or the attachments.
Then I've got a couple questions.
Okay.
Not quite sure where to start though. So under option B, the definition dwelling single-family detached, it says a residential building containing not more than one dwelling unit to be occupied by one family. I'm getting hung up on unit, and since we got into the legal portion of this earlier, the judge seemed to be hung up on terms or common meanings. So do we have unit defined anywhere?
We do. So a dwelling unit is a room or series of rooms that are connected or connect sanitary, sleeping, and dining facilities. So we do define dwelling unit. What that means is basically if you have those three components, if you can eat, you can sleep, and you can use a bathroom, and it's all connected and integrated, that would be a dwelling unit.
So a unit would be comprised of a building then, not multiple buildings.
It could be, but then if you had a condominium building, you would then have perhaps 5 or 6 dwelling units in one building.
Okay.
Ben, I got a quick question. These other two buildings, before they were connected, on the drawings, were they shown as like bedrooms or specific use before they were connected?
They were shown as the two. Before they were connected, the two side buildings, we'll say, they were shown as bedrooms. And
Okay,
then
so they were going to be used as a primary.
only as bedrooms.
But that would be a primary use, though, correct? That wouldn't be considered accessory.
It couldn't be in this iteration. It couldn't have been primary because remember they didn't have the. It couldn't be considered a principal structure as a single family dwelling because it didn't have the dining facilities.
But I mean, the intent though was to use those. I guess I'm just assuming was the intent though to use that. I mean, bedrooms to me is a primary function if they weren't in the front building. Is that correct? I guess was there going to be bedrooms in that front building up there?
There's one bedroom in the front building.
Okay.
And the remaining bedrooms are in the side, the wings, we'll call them.
Okay. Then that answered my question. Okay.
Ben, what would happen? So they say option B, they could meet the definition. What would you like to see to make that happen from planning? Do you mean what would I like to see? Well, if they say they're going to make these 3 buildings meet option B, and then we've got CAMA saying they have to have 3 separate buildings, it goes back to the question you just had of whose opinion matters.
Who says it's a building?
Right.
I ask myself that question a lot, and I ask a lot of people that question, and I get a lot of different answers. But I mean, there's probably 2 steps that I think you would logically use for LaTondra. And this is just my opinion. Number one, I think you would rely upon the design professional. So if a licensed North Carolina architect, engineer, if those folks come forward, the contractor, and they tell me it's a building, to an extent, I'm going to rely upon their certifications. Now, what I think probably needs to happen in this case is there then should be some acknowledgement from the Division of Coastal Management that it is a building. Because I guess the question remains is, can it be a building for the county, for example, but still not be a building to the Division of Coastal Management? I think if that's the intent of the board, then that needs to be clearly fleshed out in this meeting.
I would agree.
That probably shouldn't be, that shouldn't be left as like an outstanding question. It needs to be answered tonight.
And Ben, excuse me, do you know what the implication of applying the setback that CAMA would, let's just assume one building. What's the impact from CAMA?
It basically
Literally over 5,000 square
yeah,
feet.
it basically doubles the setback, so it's going to push it further back on the lot.
Okay.
Probably more in line with the houses that you see on adjoining lots.
Is there an equation for that, Ben?
There is. There's a multiplier that's multiplied by the erosion rate. I could look that up while we're going through this, but basically it's I want to say for the smaller setback, I believe it's 30 times the erosion rate, and then for the larger setback, I believe it's 60 times the erosion rate. But I'm sure if I'm wrong, somebody can correct me.
Any further?
I'm sorry, but that distance is set. It's not dependent on the house,
No,
right?
it's
That's
the
just,
the distance is set, and it's based on the erosion rate and the size of the structure.
okay.
So those two factors go into the setback.
Okay.
And just to be clear, since we're talking countywide, you said something in a work session about it. So if we picked this house up and plopped it down out here in the field beside the courthouse, as it's configured, it would not be acceptable, is that correct?
Technically, no. If it's three buildings, it would not be acceptable. If a U-shaped house came to Currituck County, let's say it's not on the ocean front, so there's not any paperwork from the Division of Coastal Management. If a U-shaped house came in the county and it was connected in this manner, and it was presented as a building, it would be permitted.
Okay.
Any further questions? I know the questions seemed a little bit limited, but we've all met with both sides of this issue at length and pondered it on many sleepless nights, to be honest with you. And I commend the commissioners for all the time and effort they've put into this, getting this resolved this evening. And with that, I'll open the public hearing. Before we get started, a couple ground rules, if I may. We need to not have clapping. No yelling, and please don't talk amongst yourselves when someone is up here speaking. Please respect their time and what they have to say, and try to, at your very best, to keep your time at a minimum. There's a lot of people here that want to speak, and only about half of us brought a sleeping bag. So please keep that in mind. And with that, the first person I will call will be John Cronin. When you come up, if you would, please state your name and your address before you get started.
Hi, John Cronin, 46 Eden Road, Rockport, Massachusetts. Actually, the first part of this will be Bernie Mancuso. So if I'd allow him to come up for a few minutes, and then I'll speak after that.
That's fine.
Thank you.
Hello, my name is Bernie Mancuso. We've all met over the past couple of weeks. As Bobby said, I also would like to thank everyone for the time that they have given us over the past weeks, and would give a special thank you to Ben for the years of time that he has given to my company and myself on this particular project. We appreciate the effort that you've all gone through with us. We appreciate the fact that you are trying to really resolve this problem and kind of come to the bottom line. From the work session and from the presentation you just had from Ben, I believe tonight we have a presentation we'd like to make to you with slides and we will be answering, I think, all the questions that you have tonight. We also, at the end of the presentation, we have George Wood, who I know you have CAMA questions. He is the CAMA expert of Currituck County. He works throughout the state of North Carolina. The Currituck County has actually hired him in the past. Almost any builder or developer or homeowner who has a CAMA issue contacts George Wood and his company. We also have, if you have any legal questions, I'm sure I answered most of them, but if you have any additional ones, we have Greg Wills, who represents John Cronin. He'll be happy to answer any questions as well. So the reason we're here tonight is because we believe that the UDO was changed by the Court of Appeals. That ruling, their interpretation, changed the intent of what the UDO was at one time. Basically, they are adding a structural component to this definition that in my 30 years of building in Currituck County, I've never seen implemented before. I am a resident of this county for 30 years, and I'm a builder within Currituck County for 30 years as well. My wife and I started up our construction company back in 1988. We built about 250 homes in Currituck County, and I would say at least 90% of our projects are in this county. So from our aspect, we feel that that Court of Appeals decision changed the way Currituck County's UDO has been implemented in the past. What we'll get,
Can I ask you to pause for just a second?
Right, just comments.
Sorry.
Thanks.
okay, no problem. What our plan is in our agenda for tonight, we'll try to get through it as quickly as possible. We understand time is important here. John, the owner of the home, will give his experience on how he had seen what he's been through over the past years. A builder perspective will be next from my end, why this impacts the county, and then also our proposed solutions. Then we also would respectfully ask, after public comment, if we would be allowed to have maybe 5 minutes of rebuttal to any other additional questions that might have come up that we feel we can answer. So now I'd like to hand it back to John.
Again, thank you very much for your time. I'm John Cronin. I am the other half of Beth Latender and the project 1441 Ocean Pearl. So part of what I wanted to talk to you about tonight is our experience, what we went through, how we got to this point. Almost 15 years ago, we started coming here vacationing. So it was something we looked at a long time. We knew we wanted to be down here. Eventually, about 7 years ago, we decided to build. Our plan and our dream to build something was, and many of you have seen the home now, or all of you have seen the home. It may not be what you like, it may not be what you agree with, but it was our plan, our dream at the time. So we needed to find a place that we could do that, a big enough place to do that. Our realtor found a spot, excuse me, up on 4-wheel drive. Nervous because we didn't think anybody would be able to get there. So that was one of our first times going up there. We looked at the lot. We loved the lot. We thought it was a great spot. On that lot and that road, which is Ocean Pearl, there were 16 homes. 15 of those homes were rental properties. So we knew we were in a spot where we'd be accepted. And then what happened is we knew what we wanted to build. We had to find a contractor. We found Mr. Mancuso, who eventually gave us the architect we used. We've worked with George Wood, and unfortunately, we've had to deal with Mr. Wills, has been on our attorney. What we did was once we found the idea of what we wanted to build, we went to the county and we went to CAMA with our idea. Now, originally, we met with a young lady who works both for CAMA and for the county. And she told us there's a few things you'll need to do. One of those things are a connectivity issue. You can meet one, you can't meet the other. So we had 3 buildings. We went to Ben, put this in front of him and said, here's what we have. This is what we need. Here's what we would like to build. What do we need to do? That's where we came up to the spot where it was showing if we made these connections, if we had a conditioned hallway, if we had air, heat, we had a roof line that connected all of it together, it would be considered one single structure, one family house. So that's what we did. We went through that. It took, as he showed you, a long time to get to that point. The permitting process is big because the normal permitting process, as you can see here, is about 2 weeks to take for us because we had to do a CAMA major, only due to the fact that, unfortunately, our neighbors were not happy that we were building this. So they were constantly contacting CAMA. So in order to avoid the issue, we were forced to do a CAMA major permit, which is putting us in front of 14 government agencies. 14 agencies saw these permits, these plans, looked at them, and approved them all. And I think that's pretty important to know that we had to go through, as you can see, some pretty big ones, be it Department of Transportation. I have no idea why, but they looked at it. Wildlife Resources, Marine Fishery, all those people looked at this before we got to the point of finally getting a determination from Ben Woody that this is a single family home. One thing that happened during that process, as you can see, in 2012, we purchased a lot in April. Well, today is almost now 5 years. It is 4 years, 8 months, and 7 days, and we still do not have a completed home. We are 99% to that point, but we are not completed yet, still waiting. In that time frame, I'd only ask how many other homes in Currituck County have been built. One that I know of took 10 days for permitting. It's bigger than ours. It's closer to the ocean and has 28 bedrooms. Took 10 days. In this timeline, what is pretty important, I think, and everyone needs to see, is once we got the letter of determination from Ben that it was a single-family structure, the neighbors appealed that, and we went to the Board of Adjustment. They affirmed again that it was a single-family home. I know you've heard this, but I would like to say this one more time. That was 5 individuals who unanimously voted in favor that this was a single-family structure. Next, we went to the Superior Court. We still have not received a permit yet. We had to go to no one does this. We had to do this. We were the only home, again, in the Currituck County that's ever had to have a CAMA major permit we had to go through. So we go to the Supreme Court. Again, they uphold Ben Woody's decision that this is a single-family structure. Next is the building permit. We finally get our permit. And I think what's important at that point is why we wanted to move forward. I know, Mr. Beaumont, you asked that question to Ben. Did we know about this being on appeal? And yes, we did. And the reason we wanted to move forward, it took a lot to do that. And I think one of the main things, or a few of the main things, is we're not experts. We hired people to do this. This is why we hired a contractor, why we hired a CAMA expert, why we came to Ben Woody, why we went to CAMA. That's not what we do. So if we can't trust the people who are giving us all the information, if you follow every rule you're supposed to follow, all the codes, all the UDO requirements, what do you do? Why would you not move forward? If you're in my position, what is it that stops you from moving forward? The next reason was, how long can you allow your neighbor, any one of you could have built a house, or may have, and you run into this issue? How long do you wait to build your house? A year? 5 years? 10 years? If they tell you that they're never going to stop, they're going to appeal every process. Regardless of what you do tonight, it'll be appealed, undoubtedly. This is not going to end as much as I want to say it is. I don't believe so. Somebody will appeal whatever your ruling is going to be. I probably should not say that, but it's the truth. So as an owner, what do? When do you finally stop? You have to move forward, and it becomes a financial issue. It becomes a property rights issue. You own this piece of property. Who can tell you you can't build this? You can't have this size. You can't have this many bedrooms. You can't locate it where you locate it. That's what all the rules, restrictions are for. If you follow all those, that's the benefit of saving your money, putting your retirement into something. You get to build. You get to have a home and your dream. And I think that's important. From our aspect, at least. If I could, there's a small video, Ben, if you don't mind. Thank you. This is running you through the house so you can get an idea of what this looks like. It's going down the south wing right now. There's inside of one of the bedrooms. Walking down again, catching another bedroom, so you can see it Large, no. Long, yes. This is now coming down, heading up to the front ocean side, which is the east part. Looking to your left, you'll see there is a set of stairs that connect to the downstairs, also an egress. Now coming into your right, this is the dining room, living room, and our kitchen. Moving through here, leaving this area, we're going out to the north wing. Again, it is a mirror image of what you just saw. Bathroom, sorry. Heading down this wing, again, you'll see another set of stairs. This is this connection point that Ben said, this is how we can make this a single family home. This is how you connect 3 buildings and make them one, because we were 3 buildings originally. We had to do this to make this one single home. Again, bathroom, bedroom, and leading down the hallway to another one. Now, this next picture that you're going to see is the roof line, showing that this roof connects. What you're looking at is you were just in the left-hand side, or excuse me, the right-hand side, and you walked counterclockwise around that building, showing you the inside of that building. And there it is, connected between roof lines. Again, another thing that we were told by the experts what we need to do to make this a single-family structure. At this point, Mr. Mancuso is going to get back up and give the building's perspective on this. Again, thank you very much for your time. And if there's any, yes, please.
Are there any doors to separate the wings or the sides from the front?
Yes, sir.
Inside?
Yes.
Inside?
Yes.
So I can actually close off the right-hand side or the left-hand side if I want?
There's a door leaving. If Ben, if you wouldn't mind going back to the video, I'm sorry.
I'll make sure I saw that right.
As we start the video, or yes, a little fast forward through this if we could. I don't know if that's possible. Sorry. Okay, so as we're coming back into the front of the home, you'll circle to your left, again showing the stairwell. Here's one second. There is a door.
I'm talking about when you go upstairs from the main building to the wing. Is there
Right
a
here.
door?
Yes.
There's none.
There's no door here. There's a door going out to that porch. If that's
Not the porch,
okay.
inside.
No.
There is no door to separate.
No, there's no door.
So I
Nope.
can't separate and close off section B from section C?
No.
It's all one?
Yes.
That might
Yep.
be-
The whole interior of the house is set up just like any other home. You know, you always get bedroom doors, things like that, but there is no, and I know with the point you're making, there are no exterior doors that close off one part of the house to the other. This is free-flowing, and Ben insisted on that, free-flowing throughout the total house.
Good. Thank you.
Okay, the Court of Appeals has basically said that this house would be fine if it was not for the structural portion of this definition, using the term a building. Well, through this whole process, we believe we have created a building. A quote from Ben Woody. We're bringing in other people's opinions other than just my own or my clients. This is one dwelling unit from Ben Woody. A quote from Ike McCree. The fact that this is a very large structure with more bedrooms than most would build is not relevant. What is relevant is what the structure is. Mr. Woody has concluded that this is a single-family residential structure. The location of the structure is not relevant either. I'm pulling up these quotes because I believe that Ike McCree is correct. I know that Ben Woody is correct. We believe the Court of Appeals has made an error. Now, at one point, we had to go in front of the Department of Insurance. One of their code interpreters made a decision, and we did not agree with it. It would be no different than if one of Ben's staff made a decision and we said, well, we don't agree with it. So we went, and you're allowed to petition the Building Code Council. The Building Code Council is the Board of Commissioners of the Department of Insurance. Same basic type of layout. You folks are in charge of the county. The Building Code Council is in charge of the building code. Whatever they rule is what gets implemented. Now, the Building Code Council is made up of 9 members, all experts in the field. You have architects, engineers, general contractors, electrical contractors, and plumbing contractors. The Department of Insurance, after a full day's hearing, concluded that this project, and this was house-specific on this particular hearing, this project meets the definition of a one-family dwelling. It also says, and this is to answer some, I think it was either Paul or Mike, where you brought up, the occupancy classification for this structure doesn't change from single family just because the square footage is big. The size of the structure doesn't change the classification or occupancy. The number of bedrooms does not change it either. The fact that the proposed use of this house is going to be a rental house. There's no question about that, just like all the other houses on the Outer Banks. That also does not change the occupancy. The council also instructed, under one of their conclusions of law, that they were to take this decision and transmit a copy of it to the chief building inspector for Currituck County. And the reason they're sending it to Bill Nunes is because he is licensed by the Department of Insurance, and it is his responsibility to implement what these folks decide. No different than Ben's job is to implement what you folks decide. So the Department of Insurance has come up and said this is a one-family dwelling. It meets all the requirements and should be applied to the North Carolina residential code, not the commercial code. Now, tonight there was a lot of questions. I'm glad I got to this section. Is there a conflict with CAMA? The permit itself is about 4 pages long, and it has conditions. And it tells us what we can and cannot do, and it tells us what this house is and what it is not. Let me pull the permit for you. This is the actual permit that we received from CAMA. Under item 2, and the reason I'm reading this is because for years now, it has been insinuated that we have lied to either CAMA or have lied to the county. We have been an open book on this project and the other 250 homes I've built on the Outer Banks. There is no reason as a builder I'm going to lie to one of these agencies. It's just bad business. So basically, when we went to CAMA, when they gave us the permit back, they said, this permit authorizes only the land disturbing activities associated with the development of the above referenced property, including but not limited to the dwelling, not multiple dwellings, the dwelling. CAMA was fully aware of exactly what we were building. Under condition number 18, the issuance of this permit was based in part on the design of structurally independent components of the house. CAMA recognizes it is a single house. CAMA doesn't care whether I put a piling foundation in or what type of roof I have on it. They just want to know that it's a structurally independent components of the house. So we were meeting all the requirements of CAMA. CAMA was fully aware that we were building a single family dwelling. And actually, it's a condition of the permit.
Can I ask a quick question? Ben,
You sure can.
as far as the camera permit that was issued, now that the Court of Appeals has ruled that it's 3 buildings, does that cancel out the camera permit now? Would that, I mean, or is it still valid?
We have a valid CAMA permit.
Okay.
And truthfully, at the end of the presentation, I'll be happy to have George really go into a little bit more detail on that. But CAMA just recently gave us a permit for a dune crossover. When we contacted, and Ben can confirm this, he's also contacted CAMA. They are fine with what we have because we have not done anything to violate a single condition of our CAMA permit. And we haven't, as you can see, snuck around and tried to slide something through. There is no conflict between the county and CAMA whatsoever. The only conflict we have is with the Court of Appeals at this point.
If I can ask a question, Bernie.
Sure, Bob.
The permit that you received from CAMA, is that based on the original drawing, or is that based on the current drawing?
We are constantly updating every time we have made any adjustments, and there have been numerous. There's over a half a dozen adjustments that have been made to plans, mostly to meet the requirements of the county, never actually to meet the requirements of CAMA. They are given an updated set. Most of the time, Mr. George Wood brings them to Elizabeth City to their main office and actually lays them out and reviews them with the CAMA official. Because George has to deal with the CAMA folks on a daily basis. That's what he does for a living. He is not going to deceive CAMA officials to try and get by, especially on one house. And again, he's more experienced. I've been building houses for 30 years. He's over 30 years as a CAMA official, CAMA expert.
So I guess my confusion is how we, the county, got confused about the 5,000 square foot limit.
Oh, no, there is a 5,000 square foot limit. The erosion rate is a moving target. The erosion rate in Pine Island, for instance, is, I'm doing this off the top of my head, so if you know better than I do, tell me, 2 feet a year. The erosion rate right down south of our property is 6 feet a year. Our property is 7 feet a year. There's a property a little bit north of us, it's 8 feet a year. If you go back to 2003, the property we're talking about had an erosion rate of 4 feet a year. So the erosion rate, just like the flood maps, are changed on a pretty regular basis. Every 8 to 10 years, they go and reevaluate. Now, we have new flood maps coming out this year, and this particular property is gone from the most restrictive, being in a VE zone, to the least restrictive, being put into an X zone. So that's change. With that change, I'm going to assume the erosion rate is also going to change. The fact is that they don't have specific dates that they have to be done on. So we did check before this past week if they had any specific dates set yet for the next erosion rate map, and they do not.
Okay, but my question is, and you were here in attendance at the work session where
Right.
the building structure, based upon the setback that this project sits at, was based upon or fell under the 5,000 square foot or less setback. Is that?
Yes. Yes.
I'm sorry.
I'm sorry.
Was I correct? Correct. Okay, so let me go back to this project. What I'm struggling with is that's a limitation that we, the county, evidently are confused at, because clearly this building is a lot bigger than 5,000 square feet. So I'm trying to figure out how we, the county, are confused as to a requirement or a limitation set by CAMA and how we screwed that up.
I don't think you screwed it up. CAMA has different rules than the county has. Just like the building code has different rules than the county has. Your UDO is not lining up with either one of them. That doesn't mean it's wrong. It's just different rules.
Well, except that you stated that CAMA has no issues with this building.
Correct.
Yet we, the county, are under the impression that the setback that this project is sitting on fell under a 5,000 square foot or less sized house.
Correct.
What I'm trying to get us all in agreement is either A, the house is less than 5,000 square feet, or B, it's living with a setback that we are under the impression it exceeds for the setback that it has. That's what I'm trying to figure out.
And the question is answered on number 18. The rule that applies to CAMA, their concern, is the structural independence. It says the issue of this permit is based in part on the design of a structurally independent components of the house. So they're saying, there's your house, and as you put those pieces together, keep them less than 5,000 square feet, and you can be in this spot. In other words, we've gone to CAMA. I mean, we didn't obviously, anybody who looks at these plans can see we have a big home. But CAMA's saying, I don't care if you put 20 of them together. As long as they're each under 5,000 square feet, we're good from our definitions. The whole design process that was set up, which I started in 2012, was done with a county employee who happened to be the CAMA official and one of the planners. So she laid out for us, put these components together, these three components together, as long as they're under 5,000 square feet each,
Okay.
you're good with CAMA. And from our county point of view, you meet the requirements of a single-family
Got it.
residence.
So they're independent structures for CAMA,
For
yet
CAMA.
for us, they're not.
Correct. And that's the same problem that the Court of Appeals was arguing with.
And I can see why they would have that opinion.
Right, but unfortunately, they couldn't ask the question.
So Bernie, I think what he's hitting on is if we change this thing tonight and we just go to option B, probably not A, definitely. But so if we do that, the county's looking at it now as a 15,000 square foot dwelling. And now it's up here on the beach instead of back where it should be. If it's under 5,000 square feet, great, it's the greatest setback. If we turn it into a 15,000 square foot dwelling and call it a single structure, whatever the determination is, you've still got a problem as far as the county's concerned now, possibly, because it's 15,000 square feet and it's at the minimum setback. Does that make sense?
I understand what your question is, but think about the logic of that. When we went to CAMA and went and got our original permits, that's exactly the situation we were in. We had 3 buildings per CAMA of 5,000 each, and as from Ben, he can look at a set of plans as well as I can and say, well, this isn't 5,000 square feet. We labeled it. He knew what the square footage was. So from a county point of view, we meet those rules. From a CAMA point of view, we meet their rules. Right now, the bigger problem that you have is you have, again, no issue with CAMA whatsoever. We have a Court of Appeals rule that is in direct conflict with the Department of Insurance. The Building Code Council says you got a single-family residence, and you got the Court of Appeals saying, no, you don't. You have Bill Nunes, who's in the back of the room, who's going to tell you this is a single-family dwelling. You have Ben Woody, who's going to tell you, I don't even know what it is anymore. I mean, we have meetings, Ben and I, when we were trying to adjust and see what we needed to do. We're both stymied. I'm stymied as well. He's basically saying, Bernie, you and I, through the whole process, assumed and believed this is a single-family residence. We had the Court of Appeals ruling, in our opinion, is as ridiculous as the Court of Appeals ruling against the county saying that the county is discriminatory towards Jews. You have a $50 million lawsuit because the Court of Appeals made a really stupid decision. Nobody in this room thinks that the county, Currituck County, is discriminatory. But in the same ruling, we have to say the Court of Appeals did not understand what the rules were. The Court of Appeals did not have all the information when they made their decision. They did not know that the Building Code Council, who handles these situations, had already ruled before they did. We couldn't give them that information because of the record requirements. So, to answer your question, that's exactly what was permitted, and in the 30 years of my experience, that's exactly the way the county has run for 30 years.
Bernie, I have a question for you. If you would have gone to CAMA with a 15,000 square foot house showing it as one structure, would they have allowed you to put it right where it is right now?
No.
Thank you.
I just want to clarify a point. First of all, the Building Code Council, as you read their opinion, they were interpreting and applying the state building code. They were not interpreting and applying the county's definition of single-family dwelling in the UDO. Likewise, that's all the Court of Appeals was reviewing and interpreting, was the meaning of the single-family dwelling definition in the UDO as we went through during the work session. The Court of Appeals was not and would not have been interpreting the state building code because that was not the issue. The issue was what the county's definition said And did this structure meet that definition? So it's two separate and distinct things, and we want to make sure that the board is clear.
But it's still a single-family residence based on the building code council,
Right, on the state building code.
based on the code of
Right,
North
that-
Carolina.
Right, on the state building code, but that is not applicable to the county's UDO definition and what the Court of Appeals was analyzing.
But Bill Nunes is required to follow the building code council. Am I correct in that statement?
In applying the state building code, the building inspector is required to follow the decisions or determinations of the state building code council. But again, we don't want to mix up the building code with what is the issue here, which is the UDO definition of single-family dwelling.
Okay. In our next slide,
Bernie, if I could,
I'm sorry.
just follow along with some of this. When this all started out, and something your group didn't like, you appealed it, you asked clarification, you asked for another opinion. And when other groups did it, same thing. So it sounds like not only is the county, your group, Mr. Lowell's group, CAMA, the building inspectors, the insurance company, everybody has had something appealed some way in this.
Well, to be dead honest with you, and I really prefer not to bring this up, I'd rather John talk about this issue, but truthfully, the neighbor made phone calls to every single agency. I had the health department pull my septic permit back. So if you make enough phone calls and you make enough waves, people start jumping around. That's why there are a whole lot of questions on this project. But we did go through the process. It's open to everyone. Anytime a person asked us a question, the agency asked us a question, we answered it. If the county was unsure, if there was a time when Ben had some questions, we adjusted our plans accordingly. So, in other words, John's opinion was always the same. If they're uncomfortable, fix it. Make it right. Do whatever it takes to do it.
I'm good.
Okay. This next slide, going back to the Court of Appeals. This is, again, a statement that Ike McCree made in his brief to the Court of Appeals. I agree with it 100%. I think he was correct. For this court to determine otherwise would have the absurd consequence that nowhere in Currituck County could a property owner construct a single-family residential dwelling with wings, supported by their own foundation, connected by conditioned space, or connect a house to a garage with a bedroom or other habitable space located above by way of conditioned space. I agree with that statement. I think that's what the Court of Appeals has done, unfortunately, in their ruling. So,
Hold on 1 second. Okay, in context, right? In context, I understand that statement, but when you're talking about connect a main house to a garage with a bedroom or other habitable space, is not that garage considered to be an accessory structure?
And that's what the Court of Appeals went on to say in response to the argument that I made. I mean, that was my hypothetical, but the Court of Appeals said, well, no, that is not what we have here, that what would be certainly allowed is an accessory structure or use to the principal.
Okay.
But the Court of Appeals going to say, but that is not what it's.
So my issue is, I understand what he said, but in context, I disagree with your premise.
well, when I show you the pictures, I believe you'll change your opinion.
Okay.
Now, the question here is, I can sit here and fight for Mr. Cronin all day long, but a text amendment requires that it's countywide. We have to show you tonight that it not only affects his house, but it affects all the houses on the mainland. If my statement is true, and it does affect a lot of these other homes, it will affect our construction industry as a whole. My family lives off of this construction business. The county benefits greatly from this. There are people who wanted to come here tonight, and I'm going to ask them to stand tonight, people who are involved in the construction industry and are involved not only in this house, but building in Currituck County. Could you please stand up? People are here tonight because these houses, when they make their dollars, these houses feed their families. They pay their mortgages and they pay their taxes. I have built one big house each year over the past couple of years, the past 3 years. Every house, we have a neighbor who's going to complain. I didn't make the rules as to what size houses we can and can't build. Large homes are accepted in Currituck County. Over the last 3 years, we've been here. Mr. Dave Knock is here again. I'm sure you're all aware of who he is. He's been against the house in the Currituck Club, not even adjoining property owner, but in the community. I built in Pine Island Reserve. You folks approved that subdivision just recently. Another 12,000 square foot home. And now this home, again, a neighbor complaining. Just to give you some quick numbers, $3.3 million has been paid to these folks who are in the construction industry that are Currituck County citizens or own companies in Currituck County. So I have taken that number. It deletes anyone from Dare County, anywhere other than Currituck County, and all these folks here are from Currituck County. So it's important for them to make sure that we can continue building houses the way we have. Also, the tax dollars, I assume 2%, I don't know a whole lot about this, but 2% of the sales tax goes to the county. Well, from those 3 houses I built, just those 3, $158,000 in tax dollars came back to this county in sales tax. But more important, I want to simplify this whole issue that we have, and I'll, again, try to keep moving on. Who is directly impacted? This slide shows a house that when my wife and I first got married, we moved into this house. It was a house we rented, and we lived in it. It's about 1,800 square feet. I thought about this house when we were getting ready for tonight, and I realized this house is a miniature Latendra house. When we lived in this house, it had a living room, kitchen, dining room in the main part of the house. The one wing said bedroom. We had a bedroom, 2 bedrooms on one side with a bath, 2 bedrooms on the other side. Our kids slept on this one wing, we slept in the other wing. This house is the Latendra house shrunk down. The problem is, we can't, if we send in these plans to Currituck County to Mr. Ben Woody, he has no choice. If I write 1, 2, and 3, he's going to have to turn this permit down. Why would we turn down this house for a permit? There's no reason. So the Latendra house is complicated. It's big, and now we're trying to bring in the CAMA issue. But in reality, this is the same house. It's just a whole lot smaller. Will Currituck County not allow us to permit this house?
Here's my issue with your argument. Okay? It is disingenuous to say that house won't be built, or one similar to that, or the Latendra house, just because of the requirements that the Board of Appeals put on that house. I appreciate everybody here in the construction industry. My wife's family comes from a construction background. But it's the design that changes that makes it acceptable. And I understand the challenge, right? Because you got a moving target. You got one that you went forward on in good faith based upon your interpretation and albeit the county's interpretation of the UDO. But, when you listed the 250 homes that you've built in Currituck County, I believe is the number you used, how many of those went to a Board of Appeals?
I never had to.
Okay, so let me ask you something. As a business owner, you have a potential issue coming out. And you're counseled not to hold on. There's one more court. And I get the neighbor thing. I moved to the country and thought I'd be free of neighbors. Boy, was I surprised.
I got mine.
Because they're still in the country too. Okay? But, we in life deal with risk. And going forward was a risk.
Excuse me, but that's a separate issue, though. That has nothing to do with me as a builder.
I understand.
I mean, that has to do with...
Oh, no. I get it. You just do what you're told to do. And if they say, hey, you can start... Absolutely. Absolutely. I'm referring to the project in general.
I was helping John through the process, and I can't say I disagreed with what he did. But, again, that's unrelated to this.
But the point I'm trying to make is this doesn't make all those people become unemployed because of this, the appellate
Didn't say
court's
that
ruling.
either. We just don't need to have more and more houses being more restrictive. They need to be less restrictive. We need to go back to what the UDO was. That worked really well for as many years as I've been here, 30. Now, if we go on, just to show you some examples that go back more
Bernie,
into the mainland
if
side.
you can maybe speed this up just a little bit.
I'll try to.
Mr. Mancus, I have one question. The plans that you just showed, what year did you actually move into a house of that caliber?
1987.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, the next homes. I have reviewed these homes with Ben. We decided to show these fast. Ben and I were in agreement that these homes would be problematic to get permitted. Some of them, yes, some of them, no. I don't know who owns these houses, so if someone in the audience or someone here owns one of these, I don't know that. We did most of this by tax records, Google Earth, but basically, as you can see, these houses, the problem that you have, the Court of Appeals has told you, you can't have multiple buildings. Now go to the accessory structures. What I told you was partially correct. I don't think he was lying to you. I just deal with the code all the time, and these definitely. Ben will tell you, you cannot build a room over the garage that is greater than 25% of the main building. Once you do that, you're no longer an accessory structure. We have multiple houses in this design, and I'm telling you right now, hundreds of them in Currituck County, that the attached buildings are either the same size or over the 25% rule. We're now saying, based on the Court of Appeals decision, multiple buildings are not allowed anymore. And what we're saying is, go back one slide, please. This particular house, for instance, happens to be in the Outer Banks. Why shouldn't I be able to do that? This is not a legal house to be permitted anymore.
I have a question, Bernie. Let me stop. That house right there, is that a slab house? Is it stick built, traditional to how we would do it on the beach, and then somebody boxed in the bottom floor?
Yes.
Essentially.
Yes.
But that house looks to be all one structure.
No, there's a hallway connecting the two.
Okay.
We also
Just
found a lot of houses, if you can kind of, you know this better than I do, Caitlin. Here, right there. This house, again, tying together the room over the garage with the house through a hallway, connected roof lines, everything that the Latendra house is doing, this house is doing as well. It's in the mainland. This is normal construction on the mainland. I haven't built a lot of houses on the mainland, but I've built a handful of them. This should be allowed in our county. But if a neighbor doesn't want to allow this, they're going to be all over Ben Woody. Bad decision. We need to adjust the UDO that puts Ben Woody and Ike McCree back in charge of deciding what this UDO is supposed to say. This concept of using the Court of Appeals decision and thinking it was a good one just doesn't make sense. It affects too many homes.
Ben, do you agree, going back, is that house in violation? Is the room over 25% of the house? Ben, I'd have to look at the dimensions and things. I mean, if it's, I mean, you can see a double garage door, so I guess my question is, staff, do we agree with Mr. Mancuso's interpretation? Is it that problematic?
The actual measurements are on the plan.
Yeah, but that's, we don't know. The living space is going to be less than your footprint on the ground because it's a canted roof. I mean, you know that, right?
Well, it depends on what they bring in the knee wall at and how much you can.
Yeah, but it's got to be less than the footprint. It has to.
Just in a house yesterday that didn't do that, but.
I think, just for disclosure, when they're connected, when I don't know what the connection is, it looks like it's hard to tell by a picture. But now when you have, like, this is an example when there's, obviously that's not connected. I'm sorry, say that again. Obviously in this picture, for example, that the accessory structure is not connected to the main structure. So in that case, you got to run through the 25% threshold. Those are pretty straightforward. It's just math. The previous ones where there is some sort of connection, but I can't tell what the connection looks like. I don't know if it's a conditioned hallway or whatever. Those I'd have to probably, I got to know more about it to make the determination.
One other thing that was brought up by you folks that did make sense to us at all, and we'll just throw this out there, and then I'm pretty much done. But, Ben, we talked about additions were allowed to be the same size as the main structure. Is it crazy for me to understand that we could have built the main building first, as soon as we got a CO, said we want to do an addition, added one wing on, then come back and say we want to add the other wing on? All 5 would be less than 5,000 square feet, and he would have absolutely no issues with the Court of Appeals. Is that a true statement?
Yeah, if it's one building, correct.
It doesn't make sense that I can't build it new, but I can keep doing additions to add on to it. That's why we think option A, the simplest approach possible, and then let the experts, like Mr. Woody, make the decisions on whether or not it fits into the exact UDO. But right now, we could literally say, okay, let's get rid of the permit on Wing South and we'll do it as an addition, and it's legal again. I mean, as a builder, I have to be comfortable that when I have a client who walks in my door tomorrow and says to me, I want to build this kind of house, I need to have some place to go, the UDO and a staff member, that I can say, is this okay to do? And I think the simpler our approach is, the more he doesn't have to go through that nomenclature, I think the better we're going to be. So anyway, that's our side of it. I appreciate it. I tried to go as quickly as I possibly could. And again, from our end, option A, option B, they both work for us. The definition when building gets changed on option B, we fit perfectly into that. We do have right now, Mr. John's house is a single-family dwelling. It has. We've shown you the hallways. We've shown you the connectivity of it. We're fine. The CAMA issue, Ben and I spoke many times on it. We have a valid CAMA permit, and truthfully, it has nothing to do with the Board of Commissioners, and it has nothing to do with Ben Woody about the CAMA permit. If we're breaking a CAMA rule, I promise you the state agency will come after us.
Thank you, Bernie.
So, thank you, guys.
Could I ask you one question?
Yes,
When
ma'am.
did y'all build the gazebo?
Oh, we started probably 9-10 months ago, a year ago, in that range. After the house had been moved
Because in
along.
the pictures, you don't see it.
Google Earth doesn't show it. Correct. It's invisible.
So did you build it after the Court of Appeals decision came down?
No. No. My brain is right there. She keeps me informed. No.
Thank you, Bernie. If I may call Marie Long.
Hi. I'm apparently,
Marie, can you
Really?
state your name and address,
Oh,
please?
sorry.
Thank you.
I'm Marie Long. My husband and I might live at 1437 Ocean Pool Road. We are apparently cause of all of this. This is not at all what I came prepared to say, and I probably will get to that. But I do feel like I need to reply to a lot of stuff that's been said, to be honest with you. Let's see. I'll come up to that. Well, some of this has maybe been answered. I was writing down notes of some questions you were asking in the work session. Mr. Beaumont's question on the court decision was whether when they said it had to be principal and accessory, his question was, well, then did they talk about what's accessory? What they did was look at our UDO and see our definition of accessory. That's why they knew those questions. Mr. Payment was asking about the plans. Was this a modified plan? Have the plans changed? The one thing that has never changed on the plans, they haven't made modifications, just like they said, is never changed that it's been labeled Building 1, Building 2, Building 3, Building number 4 being the pavilion. And there's a reason, I think you probably have figured that out, why that cannot change. They have to be labeled that way for CAMA purposes. And the question keeps coming about what would this be able to be built on the mainland? I might be jumping ahead, but I think Bob White asked, could this be built right next to the courthouse? This particular project right now, under the court decision, could not be. Nobody's going to do that. They're going to build one big U-shaped, all one structure, not structurally independent buildings. No problem. The size has absolutely nothing to do with it. And let's see what else I wrote down. These are my notes while I'm listening, so it's hard. And when you talk about those buildings, whether they're attached or not, they're cosmetically attached. I know y'all don't want to get into all that, and I don't, I'm not a builder. I'm just a person that was told when we built our house, it was simple. You can have a principal structure, anything else to be accessory. It wasn't a big deal to us. We just, we were building in an area that had big lots, and we knew what was and wasn't there. That's what we were told, so that's what we always believed. When this construction started, and we realized that the 2 buildings were not accessory and that there were 3 buildings, that's where our issue has been from the beginning. It has absolutely not been about the size of the house, the number of bedrooms, the fact that it's anything about anything else. And Ms. Etheridge, you asked the question about when the pavilion was started. I looked through my lots and lots of notes, and I looked through my pictures, and I have a picture dated May 19th when the first pilings were being put in for the pavilion, and that is indeed before the Court of Appeals decision. But I know that you have wanted the answer to that question. Let's see. Oh, and again, one of you asked, could something like Mr. Hall asked, could something like this be built anywhere else in the county? Not something that's built as 3 structurally independent buildings, not under the court decision. That's why you would have to change the UDO to take those 3 words out, a residential building. If you took those words out, something like this and something not like this, something connected, building, all connected by hallways, with one building having a kitchen and the rest not. That would be legitimate if you changed the UDO. And again, I would say normally you would not be building something like this because it's only on the ocean front that you're trying to meet the structural independence requirement. Okay. And again, I guess I'm jumping ahead. I'm going to come back to that because I'm going to get hit in that more. And Bob was asking the question about the dwelling unit. And to be honest, this project does just have one dwelling unit. Clearly, it's building number 2, the one in the front. The issue, it was never about whether it was a dwelling unit or not. That was discussed a lot in the court case. And nobody has said it had more than one dwelling unit or it didn't have one or anything else. It's all, as Mr. McCree explained, all about whether it's one building or not. Let's see. Okay. I can't read some of my notes here, to tell you the truth. Oh, I did want to correct on the CAMA setback. It's a little thing, but it is double. There's a scale of under 5,000, 5,000 or 10, 10,000, 15. So it doubles the first time to 60, then it goes to 65. So in the case of this house, the correct square foot, the CAMA setback for a project like this built as one building would be 455 feet. And then Mr. Cronin, presented, and I do want to say this. I'm a pretty stubborn person too. I'm like a dog with a bone. And if I really believed in something, I'd be here fighting for it too. And that's what I'm doing. But I certainly respect them doing the same thing. I mean, they have to. The road that we're on, the Ocean Pearl, I don't know how many houses it has now, to be honest with you, but I do know there's several of us that don't, but most of them do. But that's not an issue. And there are several large ones, as I think you've had some pictures or you've seen pictures of, but they're all one building. They're built at the proper setback for one building, and they were purposely, and I think you got some letters from some people that had done just that. And also the conversation about the CAMA permit, that a CAMA major permit became required because of us. If I had that much power, it'd all be great. If I could decide if you have to have a CAMA major or a CAMA minor, whatever, that'd be great. The plan was originally submitted, and we got a copy of it, as simply a drawing that went to Jenny in the Crawl office for a CAMA minor permit. Jenny immediately gave back the plan and said, this is too close to an acre, which kicks you to a CAMA major. I need more details. And in the process of doing that, it came out that there was wetlands on this property, which automatically requires a CAMA major. That's why a CAMA major was required. That's why they had to go to that process out of Elizabeth City, and mostly it became out of Moorhead on the actual decision on the CAMA permit. And the comment was made that a house bigger than this and closer to the ocean has been permitted since then. That's a house that is built in Pine Island. There's a different erosion rate there. That's why they're closer. It's still based on the total square footage of the house, but the setbacks are different. And the setbacks, there was something said about the setback in 2003 was 3. Well, we built in 2004. I think we got our permits in 2003, and the setback was actually 11 then. It does change, and we thought it was very odd that it changed from 11 to 7. How does the erosion go down? You would never think that, but they have some big formulas. It's all based on the ocean out there in front of you. So, for example, when we built, the erosion rate was 11, so it was 11 times 30. 330 would have been the setback for me. We chose to build back farther on the secondary dune because it was a better construction site, and also because we looked down and saw where all our neighbors were built. Let's see. Well, there's a couple things that I'm just going to skip over that. You can trust what you're told by the experts. Obviously, that's where you do put your trust. But when you're also told you might need to think twice about this, you have to look at that also. And the people advising you need to look at that also. And the fact that it was considered, there was also a statement that was made as a statement of fact here that they were told constantly we never said we would continue to appeal anything. When we went to then with the determination, we accepted the determination, went to the Board of Adjustment. We went through the process as we were told to. And again, this is us, my husband and I. That's it. Reading, learning stuff about LUPs, SUPs, stuff I never wanted to know. We go to the Board of Adjustment. We're told we need to bring a lawyer because that's where the record is set. So that's when we get a lawyer involved. We go to the Board of Adjustment, 2-hour meeting. They support the county. We go from the Board of Adjustment to the Superior Court. We go before the same judge that right before this, not that this matters, but who looked at Mr. McCree in the Friedman case and barely let him answer the question and said, can you appeal? Okay, I'm not bothering with this. We got the same judge. Went in a little bit more conversation with two sides. The judge says, I'm going to make a decision on this by the end of the week. It's too complicated. By the way, he had not even read our brief in the courtroom. Took the time to read that, 10 minutes worth of all that. And it then said he'd make a decision by the end of the week, which he did do. And he supported the county and Board of Adjustment. And he specifically said, it is only to say in the decision that I support this. No reason why. We're left still with our belief and no answer to it. So we appealed to the Court of Appeals. And the Court of Appeals did take a long time. I'm not going to rehash the case here. But when it was done, what we had asked about was answered. But if their decision had been not in our favor, we would have been done. They would have given us the answer as to why they disagreed with our side. And whether we liked it or not, it would have been the decision. We would have had to go, 3 people have told us this now, so we're done with it. We have never... I don't understand that. One time there was a comment made that we were extremely litigious. My husband and I are both in our 60s, never been in a lawsuit in our whole life, didn't even know what to do, had to be told how to do it. So that is just absolutely false. Okay, and then the video that you watched took you through the top floor. If it had taken you through the bottom floor, when you went from building 1 or 3 to building 2, you would have gone outside. That was allowed by Ben's determination, but I'm just telling you, when you're told there's no doors, that you walk through just like a regular house, you don't on the first floor. If you're on the first floor, you have to go to the second floor and cross over in order to stay inside this building. Okay, the Department of Insurance and Building Code decision, I don't want to get into too much. The Department of Insurance was asked by Mr. Nunes for the county to make a determination on this project. And by the way, the first person that ever asked anything of the Department of Insurance was James Mims back in 2012, who had been asked by not us, but other people, what is this? How does it work? And this went back and forth for several months. We have all the documents, and then it sort of stopped. And all kinds of other stuff went on. And then later on, we didn't even know the Department of Insurance ran the building code. We didn't know anything. We found that out. We started asking questions of them, but we certainly did not instigate anything with the Department of Insurance. Again, if I had that power, it'd be a different story. So long story short, the Department of Insurance makes their decision that it's an R1 occupancy class, and they think that it should have safety features. And they give their reasons. And I have their decision, which is not in the packet. The only decision in the packet is the Building Code Council decision. But the Building Code Council, you know that the building permit was then issued, accepted with these additional, it's called an alternate method of construction to a single-family dwelling. Accepted and then appealed to the Building Code Council. And the Building Code Council did, as you saw, indeed call it a single-family dwelling, but they were never asked how many buildings does it have. And as Mr. McCree was explaining, they were answering based on the building code. They were not asked to interpret the county's UDO. They don't have anything to do with their UDO. They're very powerful, but they don't get to tell you what to do in your UDO. And in addition to that, they've never been asked how many buildings it is. And interestingly, on your benchmark sheet, you will see that the building code definition of a single-family dwelling starts with the two words, any building. So I would suggest to you that if I had, at the same time that this was going on, which I could have never afforded to do or had the energy to do, contested that to the Department of Insurance, whatever they said, somebody's going to appeal it. They're going to go to the Building Council. Whatever the Building Council says, one of us is going to appeal it. Guess where it's going? It's going to the court system. And the court system, in this case, ultimately found that those words happen to be important. So I can't certainly say what would have happened if that had happened. I'm just saying, but what I am saying is the Building Code Council decision has nothing to do with this case. And Mr. Nunes does indeed have to go by the Building Code and the Building Code Council's decisions. And Mr. Nunes said I've been round and round about whether this is one building. Because one thing I would ask is, if somebody gives you a permit and tells you gives you a plan and tells you it's 3 buildings, you're still going to tell them it's 1? I mean, that doesn't make sense to me. However, the only other thing I would say is, I'm probably talking way too fast here, is that if I went that same route, contesting those words again, and not against Mr. Nunes, but against in general, how do we know we wouldn't have the same result right now, that would be the decision even for the building code? Okay. Oh, and as far as the CAMA permit, the question of nobody disagreeing with it, we didn't disagree with it. We didn't appeal it because we didn't disagree with it. They explained carefully to us how they found it to be 3 buildings and why. We went through a lot of conversation. We went to learn about all this. By their criteria, there was nothing to appeal. Their criteria said it was 3 buildings. And also, there was a comment that CAMA didn't care about foundations or how the roof or anything. Obviously, they do. This was a very extensive process, and I know Mr. Wood's going to be way more of an expert than I am on this, but I know that what I was told in conversations with the people issuing the permit in Morehead City was that there was a very extensive review. There had to be not just separate foundations or double pilings, not just double walls, and not just double roof line. The roof, everything is struck. Their criteria is very simple. You need to be able to pick up the house, the structure, and move it all independently. It makes, that's just how they do it. Okay, let's see. And yes, the camera permit is perfectly fine. It's legit because it is what it is. It's never changed. It's 3 buildings. The camera permit's issued for that, and it's there is nothing wrong with their camera permit. If that camera permit were to be modified and built, shown to be built as 1 building, I think there would then be a problem. But that's between them and CAMA. That's not my concern. And really, that's really where the whole problem comes is, I will say some more later about whether it will affect everything, but in this case, when you send the same plan in to the same people, to all the different people, and you call it 3 buildings on all of them, in our opinion, you can't suddenly call it one building to someone else. Now, obviously, that's what happened here, but that's what really got our attention and what we struggle with. And I'll address that a little bit more, what I had to say here. But and also, when the comment was made that Bill Nunes would say and give it a building permit, that's true. But before you get that building permit, you have to get a zoning permit. And before you get that zoning permit, you're going to have your camera permit. And the zoning permit is what depends on the UDO. And the definition in the UDO that says you have to have one residential building, a residential building. Okay. Let's see. And, even though he said he didn't want to go here, Mr. Mancuso talked about us making all kinds of phone calls and doing all this stuff. We've had a lot of questions. I'm not going to pretend I haven't stayed right on top of this. I mean, if you were sitting right next to us, I think you probably would too. But really, again, for us, this all came down to everybody having to follow the same rules. The comment was made that they even got the health department involved and everything. What happened with the health department is they do checks on things. And when they find out, they looked very carefully where the septic was going to go. Then they looked at the Twitty website, which tells them all this stuff about how many people is going to be in my house, how many bedrooms and all this stuff. Well, it didn't comply with what the permit issued for the septic system was. So they withdrew the permit, the septic permit. They got it back, but they certainly didn't withdraw the septic permit because we said, hey, withdraw the septic permit. I mean, I don't have that kind of power. Okay, and the big thing about the construction industry as a whole, that nobody's going to be able to build what they want and all this kind of stuff. The pictures you saw up there, and Ben did answer this, all the pictures that we kept being shown, I would definitely say they could be accessory buildings. I'm not the judge, and then the rest of it, when you can't see how those are built, when you can't see whether there's a common foundation or a common wall connecting whatever it might be, there's no way to look at a picture and say, we can't build that anymore. And if somebody comes in with that kind of plan, then they work with the county and say, how can we build it? They don't wait till they build it. They work with the county to say, how can we build it? And you can build it. There's ways to do it. We've talked to structural engineers and architects as well, and I should have said this at the beginning. Mike and I here, there may be a couple people to speak. I don't know. We didn't bring a whole group. We don't have our lawyer with us. We don't have all this kind of stuff. Maybe we should have, but we didn't. So you just have to believe me when I tell you we've talked to engineers and architects who've explained to us that yes, you can still build what everybody's worried they can't build, and as far as additions go, I would just say this court decision and this change in the UDO is not about additions. Now, that's listed as one of the definitions under option B, and I think that you all really would need to think about that since you take out both the words common walls and load-bearing walls. I'm not real sure what kind of door you're opening, except you might be opening what Mr. Mancuso just described, because he said suppose he built building 2 first, came back later on and added on to them. Well, if he added on to them without a common wall, it would probably be fine if you changed the definition. But the problem with that would be he would then still have a problem with CAMA. Not with the county, maybe at that point, if you change the UDO, I'm saying. Okay. Again, I talked about all the pictures. Well, I just explained that. Okay, so now I'm going to read to you what I wrote to read to you tonight. Okay, let me take a breath. We spent the last 4 years contesting the legality of the project adjacent to our property, which culminated in a Court of Appeals decision supported by the North Carolina Supreme Court, which found that the project did not meet the UDO definition of a single-family dwelling. Our contention from the beginning has been that this project is 3 buildings, and the UDO only allows 1. Our perseverance in this case is our belief in the concept of what we were told when we built, which is simply that a property owner can build one principal building and all the others should be accessory. It has never been a large house issue. The first step in getting a zoning and building permit for a project on the oceanfront is obtaining a camera permit. Based on the plan submitted, the camera permit states the size and setback requirements of any building or buildings. In this project, 3 buildings, each under 5,000 square feet, were permitted, and it was determined the project should be placed at the first setback of 210 feet from the first line of stable vegetation. The total square footage of the 3 buildings would be just under 15,000 square feet. Had these buildings been designed as one building, which would have met the UDO requirement, the setback determined by CAMA would have been 450 feet. Land Use Plan Policy OB9, as Ben has already told you, states that large houses on oceanfront lots in the off-road should be located as far westward as possible. The project was clearly designed to avoid the 455-foot setback for whatever reason. The CAMA permitting process was very extensive and required verification of 3 structurally independent buildings. This is not a simple requirement, and it doesn't just involve separate foundations. At the minimum, it required double pilings, double walls, and roof independence between roofs. These same plans were submitted to the county showing the same thing, buildings 1, 2, and 3. Building 4 being an accessory pavilion, started out at 5,000 square feet. It turns out it's just under 3,500 square feet. Although the applicant and their representatives will contend that CAMA rules and county rules have no connection, this is clearly not the case in this project, where multiple buildings are allowed to be built at the first CAMA setback, resulting in direct conflict with meeting the UDO requirement of one building. Our main reason for objecting to any text amendment that changes the UDO and potentially allows for any development similar to this project is that it would not be in the best interest of Currituck County. We feel strongly that it opens the door to basically building without any control mechanism at all. This would be particularly harmful in the off-road area where there are limited resources and infrastructure, and a UDO and a land use plan that expressly states this is an area of limited development. In addition, the unforeseen consequences of allowing multiple buildings to be zoned as single-family dwellings, regardless of where they are in the county, would completely change what a single-family dwelling residential community looks like. The UDO definition is written very similar to at least 20 other eastern North Carolina counties, which also require a single-family dwelling to be one building. The decision of the Court of Appeals, supported by the North Carolina Supreme Court, did not make any changes in the UDO. It simply affirmed what is already there. Making changes of any kind to the UDO could result in numerous unforeseen consequences, particularly if changes have not been thoroughly vetted and reviewed for unintended loopholes. Why would Currituck County want to change what has worked for years with no problems prior to now? Any contention that the UDO needs to be changed because the Court of Appeals decision will affect future development is false. The court decision is very simple and it's very clear. There's no references to foundations, additions, or anything else beyond confirming that the single-family definition means a residential building. A single-family dwelling consisting of 2 parts connected by a hallway can still be designed and constructed by property owners. For example, a 5,000 square foot single-family dwelling designed and built in 2 2,500 square foot parts connected by a hallway with common walls throughout would be allowed. Please note in the staff report on page 4 this sentence: possible unintended outcomes of not including a structural element in the definition include occupying multiple structures that are more similar to group housing than a traditional single-family dwelling, or avoiding a more restrictive CAMA ocean hazard setback. We ask also that you pay attention to paragraph 2 on page 5 of the staff report, which says that the applicant has indicated that they are able to comply with option B. It would appear that this would only be possible if the applicant modifies the plan creating one building, because those words are still in there, and has a current approved CAMA permit confirming that. However, there is the possibility that if you make any changes, including passing option B, you may unintentionally be opening the door to having plans submitted to attempt to legalize these type of projects, and you would start this process all over again. If you do not want to allow this type of development, you should not make any changes in the UDO. In closing, we would note that we have received copies of correspondence sent to you as commissioners asking that you make no changes in the UDO. We have not asked people to attend this meeting and repeat their comments, and we're not going to read each letter here tonight in the interest of your time. However, we would like to read you the names that we know of the people who have written opposing any change to the UDO, including 5 property owners associations comprised of many members. John Wiley, Chuck Gatton, David Knott, Macon Brock, Tony Everett, Melinda Farmer, Ray McGlynn, Bob Gomez, Lynn Wilson, Karen McCalprin, Gary Dunstan, Jennifer Early, and Jimmy McPeak. The Fruitful Beach Civic Association, the Corolla Civic Association, the North Swan Beach Property Owners Association, the Swan Beach Property Owners Association, and the Northern Currituck Outer Banks Association. We know you're not going to make this decision lightly. We know you've had volumes of information to look at on this text amendment. We have not addressed every point here tonight, believe it or not. But instead, we have tried to condense our thoughts as best we can. We thank you very much for allowing us this time, and we respectfully ask that you make no changes to the Currituck County UDO. Thanks.
Thank you, Ms. Long. In the interest of time, we've allowed both of the principal parties to speak at length. I know a lot of people have a lot to say. We really need to keep our comments to 5 minutes, which is standard procedure. And with that,
Chairman, I have a question, please.
Yes, sir.
Listening to the statement here, one concern that I have through this, I own a business that's in the construction industry, so I understand, the housings and being built, and I have no problem with the way a house is designed or what it looks like. The one issue that I'm concerned with is that if the applicant, and maybe they can answer this later, if the applicant's acceptable to the way this is connected now, then why not have just built it connected to begin with? And you'd have had the connection already done with having to do it after the fact, because it seemed like it was simple enough to do that. But I'm struggling with and I'm sure the applicant knew the setback requirements for one large building. So if this was broken apart to try to get by with setbacks, then I have a problem with that, because it sounds like to me that you're okay with the connecting corridors now. Then why did you just do that from the beginning then, to make one big house, and then you wouldn't have had this issue? And if you went through the proper setbacks, we wouldn't even be here.
Can I answer that for you?
Mr. McKee, if you would come up.
Because you have this.
If you would come up.
Just real quick. The reason this house is set exactly where it is, if you look at the slide, I'm assuming you're seeing the same slide. There is a pavilion that goes in that sand area between the marsh, the grass and the trees, and the house, where he's pointing right now. The area to the west is wetlands. The other houses, my understanding is they didn't have to deal with those wetlands, because even though they were there, they were never identified. Those wetlands were identified, and the Army Corps of Engineers came in and said, you can't touch them. So this house is as far west as we can possibly be. Our septic has to be on the west side, and our wells have to be on the east side. This house literally, and Mr. Woodward could agree with this house cannot move literally 1 foot west. It is as far west as we can possibly be. So, to answer the other half of that question, the reason we came in with the 3 buildings is because when the concept was brought, what John wanted to do, I was the one that took the next step. I went to the CAMA official and said, this is what my client would like to do. I'm concerned. Can we do this? And how do I do it? They told us exactly what to do and how we should do it, and then work through that process for the next 2 years.
We're looking at one big house, originally, that it sounds like.
It was a concept design. It was a U-shaped house. as we went through the design process, a lot of discussions over it, but the reason we did it the way we did is we were literally instructed to do it that way.
Touch one minor point here. I want to make sure that.
Greg,
there seems to
Mr.
be
Wills,
some-
if you would come up to the podium,
All right.
please.
There just seems to be some confusion on this. The set of plans that was submitted to CAMA is the exact same set of plans that Ben looked at. There is no difference between the sets of plans. The plans evolved and changed. So I think your question was, if we're okay with the way that it is now, why didn't we not originally do that? That's the same set of plans. The house that's sitting there right now is the same set of plans that CAMA reviewed and approved.
Correct, but Mr. McHugh said the concept, though, was probably one whole house, but then you went to CAMA, and they instructed you to do this to get the proper setback.
No, let's be clear. CAMA. Yeah. But I mean, but just so we're clear, there was a discussion with Ben and Ike and I about the conditioned hallways, and then Mr. Wood was sitting in the room and Ben said, if you can do all of this at one time, then that's fine by virtue of the UDO. That is all under one roof, all conditioned, so that you can walk through the entire structure. And Mr. Wood immediately said, I will go and ask that specific question to CAMA. And so CAMA knows exactly what we have, and CAMA's description in the permit expressly says this is one house. So there's no misrepresentation at all about what was told to the county and what was told to CAMA. If that's kind of one of the concerns, none at all. In fact, there's a specific finding before the Board of Adjustments that was litigated here. They had their attorney and we came in, and a specific finding of fact where signed by Ms. Dozier for the Board of Adjustment that said Mr. Wood testified that both the CAMA officials and the county planning administrator reviewed the same set of plans, received the same information. Both regulators were consulted, and both have approved the connection via conditioned hallways as being compliant with their respective objectives. Mr. Wood testified that the wings housing the bedrooms were structurally independent as required by CAMA, but functionally integrated for use as a single structure as required by the UDO. The board specifically finds this testimony to be credible, and the petitioners to the assertions to the contrary are without merit. That is, there was no attempt by anybody to hide the ball. It's disingenuous. It's not true to imply or assert that. We were not playing a game between two regulators. What's on the ground is exactly what both CAMA knew about. That finding was on March 14th of 2014. The permit was issued on March 17th. And the permit says for the house. And I feel like that was a point that came up with Mr. Beaumont and Mr. Payment, and I think Mr. Hennig also asked the question, is this the same set of plans? Is this the house? The answer is yes. The reason we don't have a CAMA problem is because this is exactly what CAMA approved. And they had the exact same set of plans. And that was under oath before the County Board of Adjustments. There was no misrepresentations anywhere at any point. And that's why you could pick this up with a helicopter and move it over here, and you still can't approve it. Because it's not the CAMA ruling, it's the county UDO. And again, this structural component of your definition to single-family dwelling, putting Ike's quote in its proper context, Ike argued that what we focus on is the use. What the UDO is concerned with is how you use a house, not how you build it. But you can't say that anymore because the Court of Appeals has found a structural component to your definition that they didn't think existed, that they argued didn't exist. Now it does. It's really that simple. I'm sorry, I know you want to get on the comments. And I'll answer any questions.
Well, while you're up there, just stay on up there, and we'll go ahead and start your time now, if you would.
Can we take a brief 5?
Yeah, we'll recess for 5 minutes.
Thank you.
We are back in session. Mr. Wills, can you please state your address?
43 Fox Grape Lane, Southern Shores, North Carolina. And I'm just here to answer any questions y'all have. I know that there are people that have comments. I hope I've touched on some of those points. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Wills. Next, I will call Bill Collins.
Good morning, evening, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Bill Collins. I live at 1213 Carl Lane in the Ocean Hill 1 subdivision in Corolla. I am speaking tonight on behalf of many of the property owners in the Corolla area, and I'm on the board of the Corolla Civic Association, and I can also speak for them. I know Barbara Marzetti has sent a letter to the board, and I'm here to add some additional comments. I should also note that at a meeting of the CCA members last month, the members unanimously voted that the CCA should support opposition to this proposed amendment. I'm a bit confused about the conversation that's taken place this evening. I think that there are only a few comments that were really relevant to the issue at hand, which is whether or not there should be an amendment to the UDO. Ms. Long's concluding remarks were relevant on that point, and I think also Mr. Mancuso's comments were relevant when he raised certain issues about existing structures in the community. Excuse me, I'm suffering from a cold. But this is not a relitigation of the lawsuit. That's not what this hearing is about, as far as I understand it. I also think it's unfortunate that the conversation seems to be clouded by the issue of whether or not the commissioners should act in a hasty way to try to somehow bail out the Latondras for having proceeded with this construction and presenting everyone with a fait accompli, and that there should be some way to remedy that. But I think that to adopt an amendment to your UDO is a very serious matter, and I want to address that. I presume that option 1 is really off the board. Nobody seems to be in favor of that. When I first turned to option 2, my first reading was that it obviously gives the Latondras what they want, which is to allow them to proceed if they're okay with CAMA. But the text, in my view, seemed to open up, and nobody's even talked about the language of option 2, but it seems to open up a Pandora's box of potential problems that really haven't been explored. It turns the concept of a single-family dwelling totally on its head. It takes the term building, which was of much issue in the Court of Appeals case, and the term no longer in the proposed option 2 no longer has the meaning, the conventional meaning of what a building is. It defines it as a structure, any structure, having a roof that is supported by columns or walls. Now, obviously the Latondra proposal meets that definition. But it also means that any project that has multiple buildings that are connected by some kind of a common walkway or path that's covered over would meet that definition too. And that raises the question of whether you're allowing for complexes that might be like a hotel or a motel or some kind of multiple living facility that happens to be called a single-family dwelling when, in fact, it's not a building at all. It's just a connection of unrelated structures, because you don't have to have a building anymore. I'm afraid, I fear that creative architects and developers will find many loopholes and open areas in the definition, and there hasn't really been a great deal of thought. The first I saw of option 2 was, I think, in the December 28 memo from Mr. Woody. And I don't know that you really haven't fully explored that. And I know Ms. Long said we should vet that issue carefully and not be rushing into this just because of the L'Entendre situation. My second impression in reading about option 2 and the so-called, it was called a compromise, which suggested to me again that there's somehow a dispute between the L'Entendres and the county, when I don't think there is. They lost their lawsuit. And the dispute in this case is always between the Longs and the L'Entendres. And I think that, why are we talking about a compromise here? The Longs won. And the dispute here is essentially between those two people. It's not, the county's out of it. They lost. And although the county was a party, it has no vested interest in settling the L'Entendre controversy. I would just ask you to consider the optics if you go forward with adopting an amendment tonight. You're really, the Longs won their lawsuit. They're the little guy. The big guy's lost. It would be perceived in my mind, and many of the members of our community, we've talked about that, and you heard the list of communities that Ms. Long read to you, that you would be backing the big guys against the little guys. I think it's fine that you consider amending the UD. Nobody has any question about that, but I don't think it should be tied into the L'Entendres. They made their bed, and now they have to lie in it, and you should do it with your eyes wide open, with full consideration of the proposed language. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Wood. Jane Overstreet.
Hi, my name is Jane Overstreet, and I live at 1677 Hilltop Road, Corolla. And I'm here as a resident of the area and being concerned about what's going on in the, especially 4x4 area and the unique situations that we have of lack of infrastructure that supports all of us, the water and so forth like that. I'm also here as a member of the planning board, and I wanted to say that, we unanimously denied any changes to the UDO at this time because of this situation of the L'Entendres. It's not that we're opposed to making changes to the UDO, but we do not feel like it should be something that is entered into loosely or very quickly, and that may have many underlying changes that would affect future building here in the county. The other thing is that we spent, as the planning board, and at the first meeting we had everybody there, and then at the second meeting a month later we asked for some expert testimony to come in. We asked for the attorney to come in and so forth, and a couple other people, because we had some other concerns and situations. All of the members that were present, and I believe it was the October meeting that we brought this issue up again, and we came through unanimously and denied doing any changes to the UDO at this time, because there's other things that are going on in the county that directly have concerns about this same situation. And to say that this one house is going to affect the entire county may or may not be true. And so it's not something to necessarily take very lightly to be changing the UDO. We have a new land use plan that the planning department has worked many, many hours on, many community inputs to this. The same way that we came up with many hours that we put in, both as the planning board and community meetings, to try to address the issues that exist with these very, very large houses. And we brought something to the Board of Commissioners a couple of months ago, and the Board of Commissioners just wouldn't rule on it at all. And so we're right back to where we were 10 years ago, except that in the meantime, more and more of these projects are coming along that directly affect our living standards up there. It directly affects the county's unique area over in the Outer Banks, and especially with the 4x4 area. The problems that we came up with over the recent tropical storms and the Hurricane Matthew that came up, where people couldn't get out of the houses, just a lot of different concerns that we have for that area. And so on that behalf, I really want to say that I ask that you not make a radical decision of changing a UDO to fix this one situation. I think that the both parties were very well aware of what was happening, and when the court order came down that it was in Mr. and Mrs. Long's favor, it was also the building continued to push through as fast as they possibly could to try to get an occupancy permit before the court order actually was handed down. And so that, and I think that the main concern for all of us is also the setbacks. The CAMA setbacks are not just something that is just dreamed up to do it. It's for protection of the property. It's for protection of the area. And when you go against that with these super large houses, I mean, there's a reason that CAMA says if it's more than 5,000 square feet, we want it back further. And to just ignore that fact is not a case. And here it was, we're going under the guidelines for 5,000 square foot house. Oh, but it really is over 15,000 square feet, because when they started closing in the two breezeways or whatever like that, then you ended up with well over 15,000 square feet. And that would have never been permitted by CAMA had you come forward and said we're building a 15,000 square foot house on this lot. So thank you very much.
Ma'am, there's a couple of points you made that, for the point of clarification, I think need to be spoken. First of all, the planning board did come up with recommendations and some thoughts towards large houses. It is a very complicated issue, and there are many aspects and there are many sizes of that with huge implications throughout the county. For you to state that we did nothing and then imply that we're exactly where we were 10 years ago, I will tell you, I have an issue with that comment. And so we are well aware of the challenges facing that. And in fact, one of our largest obstacles, just for those that aren't aware of it, is the Building Code Council. Because what we consider to be, and I'm the commissioner that sits on the Fire Advisory Board, there are known issues that we have with really big buildings and limited ability to fight fires in case there is an event there.
Yes.
However, we have to be able to come up with the right language and the right UDO changes and whatever's necessary so that the Building Code Council doesn't reject what many of us would argue is common sense. So I appreciate your position, but for the record, this board is well involved in getting that addressed.
And my main point on that is that to take and change the UDO now on one particular little minor issue is in conflict with
I understand, but to imply that we're not doing anything about that is not fair.
I apologize if that was anybody else?
Thank you. David Knock.
My name's Dave Knock. I live at 573 Hunt Club Drive, Corolla, North Carolina. And you know my speech is going to be very shortly because I haven't even taken off my coat. I got to go. But I just want the board to understand that I think this is a simple, no-brainer, common sense issue. And you need to say no to it. You don't need to change the UDO. It's fine as it is. single-family structure should be one roof, not three buildings, not a facility. I would ask you to look at a drawing I came up with, I don't know, a month or two ago. I showed it to Ben. Pass it around there. And I think, like the previous speaker said, you're opening up Pandora's box. And when you don't have a structure, then you can have many facilities. And this is an old campsite that I used to go to at church. And so, you know, when you talk three buildings, it can go to 5 or 6. I'm not trying to hurt the building trade, but I'm just saying we got to think this whole process over, and I don't want to see any change in the UDO that reflects, that supports a change. And I know you all can say no because you've said no to me before, so you can say no to them. And I thank you very much for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Knock. Ed Cornet.
Thank you. My name's Ed Cornet. I live at 1209 Atlantic in Corolla, oceanfront home. Built a home in 1992, did a major remodel in 2010, and we're affected by the CAMA setback regulations in the design and construction of our remodel. So I understand that issue reasonably well. I've also served on the county's Economic Development Advisory Board for 4 years, and I'm currently a member of the Land Use Plan Steering Group. Start off with just a couple of points. Fundamentally, all property owners should be able to develop their property to its highest and best use. But only as long as that best use will not threaten the safety of others or lead to net negative impact on the total property values in the community. This is why we have ordinances. This is why we have building codes. And it's the protection of the common good for that. It's the county's job to make this judgment call, balancing individual owner desires against the common good. Tonight's proposed changes would reduce the county's authority to regulate development. This development has proceeded very successfully over the 2.5 decades that I've lived in the area. We have a pretty robust community present here tonight. This small change, although it's important for this particular piece of property, is not going to throw us into, throw that industry down the drain. The lessons learned from overdevelopment of Corolla and its Corolla's subsequent property value decline says that the county needs better tools used with more precision if you are to set the best balance for all the taxpayers in the county. Don't throw away the few tools that you have. A lesson from the current situation is that the county ordinances are complex. That's right. Let us not now make hasty changes to regulations without fully understanding the potential wide-ranging negative consequences for our tax base on both the Outer Banks and the mainland. Use your ongoing land use plan activity where you have a lot of people engaged thinking about this to address this type of issue and help you develop better, more precise tools and possible changes to the UDO in the future. This property owner is in a difficult situation, but it's a situation of their own making. Point number one is they had lots of flexibility in the design of their property in order to meet the CAMA regulations and the county's regulations. And they made choices there, choices of breaking this up into 3 buildings to get the 5,000 foot, less than 5,000 foot setback. They made choices to put their pavilion in the back, in the west side, rather than the ocean side, because the pavilion is not regulated by CAMA. You can be out there. The pool could have been out there. There are a lot of things they could have done, and it could have been, maybe it was only 10,000 square feet. But it was the design choices that they made. But most importantly, they chose to proceed with construction before the legal process has run its course. The county should not now try to fix such a unique situation with regulatory changes, taking things out of your ordinance of unknown and unintended consequences. Please vote no. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Cornet. Jake Overton.
My name is Jake Overton. I live at 419 Mitchell Court in Kildover Hills. I'm the current Outer Banks Home Builders Association president. So thank you for letting us come here tonight and discuss this. We hear this wide variety of everyone's opinion on this. But it boils down to is the success of this. We're here because of the success of this county. You have people that want to develop. You have people that want to be here. The property has changed over the last 30 years. We're looking at different pieces of property. The property is less available. But we have to look at is you have the opportunity to control your UDO. It is yours. Will we be having this same conversation right now if the Tendre project was not here? Because what you've done has worked. There's been no issues. So you've gone through this whole stage where your staff has looked at plans, and everybody keeps saying there's no CAM approval. There is a document saying that they have approval. Now, I rely as a builder on any individual at staff of whatever municipality I'm at. Your staff is one of the best that we deal with. They're always looking at positives. They're looking at different alternatives. They're looking at how do we help the building industry achieve what we need so we can deliver these products to our clients. So when I come in and I'm looking at a project like this, and it's something, this could be everybody talks about size, but everybody says it's not about size, but it's boiling down to size. But I could have a potential homeowner that does not like something, and there's always a chance that you're going to have to deal with litigation. When I go to Ben and I say, Ben, this is the project, this is what we're interpreting the UDO to say. What is your standpoint on that? And he's going to give me his direction based upon what the county's vision is. Your vision's been great. You're a successful county. So I guess our heartburn as association is we're not asking you to change the UDO. We're asking you to keep the UDO as you've been interpreting it for the past years. It went all the way to the Court of Appeals, and the Court of Appeals found a stipulation in your UDO saying a building. But your planning director said that this project is one single-family unit. So I'm not asking you to change it. I'm asking you to continue to do what you've been doing. Now, you're going to have to make an amendment based upon those Court of Appeal rulings because this has come up now. But you've got to decide where you want to go as a county. I enjoy building in the county. I feel like that we have great success in the projects that we do in the county. And there are relationships within the whole association. We hear nothing good, everything good about what you've got going on. Ben came to us a couple months ago looking at the new land use plans, wanting our input on how do we get the direction of the county so that we're all working together. So I read 75 pages of this agenda last night 2 times. That's more than I've read in I don't know how long. And I've gotten so clouded and disarrayed in this thing here tonight. But the gist of the story is you've been successful. Whether you use A or B, us as an association ask you to continue to do what you're doing. And the only way you can do that is by adopting one of these 2 text amendments. As far as additions or anything like that, our goal is in the building industry is to take whatever type of structural implementation out of the county's or zoning's hands. We want the building code to regulate those things. And so that's all I've got. If you've got any questions for me as far as views on the Home Builders Association, I will answer it. If not, I just want to thank you for the opportunity. And
so, sorry.
Good. No.
So have you built a structure like this under the the 3 buildings and then covered them? Have you personally had experience with this type of an
Have I built a structure this size? Absolutely not.
No.
But if I built
This size,
structures,
this close to the ocean, with camo, with the 3 buildings discussion, yeah.
me personally, I have not constructed a building like this.
And then the other question I had for you is, if you were aware that a project that you were going to be the contractor for was being appealed to a court of appeals, and you had a $4 million project, I'm rounding off somewhat, would you have counseled your customer to go forward with that project, or would you have said, you know what, let's wait and find out first? Would you have made that gamble?
It's not my decision to make that gamble. But
you're an expert.
I am the expert. So if I'm the expert and I have a CAMA permit in my hands that say this project is permissible where it sits, and I go to the planning department, to your department head, and says, does this house meet your UDO?
Okay, we're past that.
I'm just saying. I know, but I'm saying this is how I'm getting. This is how I'm getting to that. If Ben says no, then I'm not going to be at that point anyways. But if I go through that, and I go through your your Board of Adjustments, and I go through a superior court, and everybody is confirming what Currituck County is saying is their vision for the county, and it meets their requirements. You answer that question. I can't answer it directly because I'm not directly in that situation. Depends on if he's going to tell me, if we go, I'm going to take $1 million out of your pocket. Then I'm going to say, why would you do that? I don't want to take $1 million out of my pocket. But if they're taking the risk and saying, we're going to go through this, we're going to pay you in full. If it doesn't work out, then it's fine. Then I'm going to say, well, all I've been opted with is the information that I have permits in hand, and I have the direction of your staff with your vision. If this is not your vision, then that's a decision for this board to make. Your board before you made that this was the vision of the county that has been successful in building what you've got. As far as this paid for. Currituck Outer Banks is paid for everything that you have. The development of that property pays for your municipal buildings. It pays for your schools. But it does. You wouldn't have what you have as far as new buildings, new staff buildings, new schools on mainland Currituck County if you didn't have the money coming from the Currituck Outer Banks. So I know I didn't really answer your question, but I can't really answer it.
You made the point. You build homes, you get paid whether the project is successful or not. I get it.
I can't. There's no way that I can go, if I'm building from Currituck County, then I go to Duck, Southern Shores, Kitty Hawk, Kitty Hills, Dare County mainland, Nags Head, and then back to Manio. I have tons of municipalities I have to deal with every day. So when I go from building in Currituck County, which I have been here recently, and I go back to Nags Head, they could have changed something in their ordinance. So when I bring something to their planning director, and the planning director says, yep, Jake, you're right. You're good to go. This meets what we got to do. Let's get moving. And I rely on that. There's no way I can sit down and study every one of these every time. But thank you for any other questions?
I do.
Okay.
So the way it sits right now, if we change nothing tonight, is it your assertion that you wouldn't be able to build here now, or you'd be worried about building here
I think it would regulate some of what we're doing, because I don't think it's to the intent of what the UDO is actually saying now. Mm-hmm. When you look at some of, I can't exactly say with some of those pictures that Bernie was talking about. When you look at that and you look at that type of structure, even if you're looking at something on the smaller magnitude, everybody keeps saying it's not a big house thing, but it goes back to that.
Right. Well, I've asked that question. So if you made it 3,000 square feet.
Right. If this was a $3,000 3,000 square foot house, and it sat right there, and it had, just say it was an L shaped, and it didn't have the third side on it, but it was just as massive as it is right now from one angle, we'll be having the same discussion. Well, because it impeded the homeowners. Well, it would meet, if it was under the 5,000, it would meet it. But you could make it not as wide. You can make it just as tall. You can make it just as long. The parameters are still there, and this is a good example. But there's so many variances that work in these things. You talk about CAMA. Well, CAMA's rulings are their interpretations. All this is becoming a big glob of mess, is because everyone has their own interpretation.
Right.
But ultimately, y'all are in control of what the county does, and it's got to be your vision. If you want,
I guess I'm just asking if you've lost confidence
I don't want to step in it, but I have. If I brought something to Currituck County tomorrow, I don't want to say I'd be hesitant, but I would, because I feel like that I rely on and Ben and his staff so much, and they like I said, they are one of the best staffs that we deal with. But I think that if you don't do anything today, then you are not going to continue on. Let us continue on with the development that we've been doing. Other than this house set aside, you're taking, because of the Court of Appeals ruling, you're making your UDO change because of the ruling. If you do one of these options, you're putting the UDO back the way it was intended and the way you have been interpreting it for the past years. That kind of answer, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Because this has all come because of the Court of Appeals, and they said if the Court of Appeals didn't ruled it was good, then we'd all be good right now. But they're saying certain language in there, you're not interpreting your own UDO correctly. Basically, they told you you're not interpreting your UDO correctly. Mr. Payment, do you have a question? I know.
I was going to make, maybe you kind of answered it. I was going to ask you if it affected your construction prior to this. And you kind of answered it hasn't, but it could in the future.
It could in the future.
Yeah.
My business plan is go ahead and say it.
Are you gonna sit there and tell us that if somebody buys a piece of property and wants to build a house on it, you're going to have second thoughts whether or not you're going to build on it because it's in Currituck County? You've already said, no sweat off of you. You're the builder. You're going to get paid.
I'm not going to say that, but what I'm saying is that if you want to continue building like we've been building, then you need to adopt one of these amendments.
Okay. Mr. Woody, is this amendment that critical to the continued construction development in this county? Is it if we don't pass this text amendment, construction as we know it in the Outer Banks is going to change radically to our detriment?
Mr. Woody, before you answer that, Mr. Overton, you stated that you've had no issues up until this point. So I don't understand why, after today, if we made no changes, you would have an issue.
I have had no issues because the way the UDO, you interpreted your UDO was, we had no issues with. The problem is now that if you're going to go with the Court of Appeals ruling on how your UDO is interpreted, that's the problem. If Ben said that we don't need to deal with it, then he wouldn't have gave you another option. He would have said, why are we changing it? Everything's good.
The next statement is, you had mentioned this is a large house issue. This is not a large house issue. Let's clear that up 100%. That is not the case that we're dealing with today.
It is not, as far as the board is concerned, I feel. And I'm with you 100%. I went to every single one of the large house things. I don't see anything wrong with what we're doing. I've worked with Ben on that stuff. I've been to these planning retreats. We're here to help you. As the association, we want to help you thrive, and we want to thrive, which we've been doing. That's all we want to do. We want to be proactive, and we want to be here. When Ben calls and says, I want to come shoot you something on the land use plan, we're there. We had, how many people did we have there, Ben? We had a little bit mixed up. We ended up with 15 people there. I feel like that you got good input on how the direction of the county, we felt the direction of the county would be to help us and also help the county in a whole as far as economic development.
How do you interact with the Building Code Council, if at all?
I've been to several Building Code Council meetings, and actually I'm the vice president of the North Carolina Home Builders Association Building Code Committee, this for 2017. So I work directly with Robert Privet, Mike Carpenter, and all those guys, and they're...
Are you aware that part of the conflict in this county has been an ever-increasing concern, and it's not the builders, it's not the developers, they have no gain in this. But when we look at fire and we look at EMS and we look at emergencies that could occur at any time, the Building Code Council stands almost in direct opposition to what we're trying to do to make these places safer for people. Almost in direct opposition. we try to get stuff done to improve the safety, and they overturn what we say. And so part of that challenge that was brought up earlier, part of the challenge that we have, and again, as the commissioner on the fire advisory board, I got firefighters that are like, we're going to lose a house and we're going to lose people, and there's nothing legally that this county can do to stop that from happening because of the building code council. And so the challenge is put back on us to try to figure out how we can effectively put it down in writing to try and look after the well-being of the visitors to our county and the residents of our county.
I agree. So what size structure would you say that is should be required as far as
We're
sprinkler
totally
systems?
getting off topic with that.
I'm just asking a question. I mean, it's I don't know where that was going, but is there any other questions for us?
No, sir.
We thank you for the time.
Thank you, Mr. Overton.
Thank you for the time. We're always here to help you and work with you. And like I said, I would, as far as the Home Builders Association, we would like you to amend your current UDO. Thank you,
Mr.
for your time.
Jay Overton.
Good evening. My name is Jay Overton. I reside on Harborview Drive in Philadelphia Hills, North Carolina. I'm one of the principals with Albemarle and Associates. We're a civil engineering, survey, and planning firm here in Eastern North Carolina. I don't represent anybody here. Don't know the Longs. Hadn't done anything with Bernie. Been hearing about this issue for the last several years. Been here in Eastern North Carolina for 40 years doing planning and engineering. Actually, 30 years ago, I was in the office just north of where Eric's office is, that little white house, where we had our engineering office. So I've seen a lot of changes over the past 40 years. This board, previous boards, y'all have done a wonderful job in trying to get input from the community, from the leaders, from the residents, everyone who's here on a full-time basis, and those that come and spend their summers and hunting seasons with us. You've tried to listen. You've tried to engage us in what's going on. And I think that's why we've seen a lot of success in the developments. We've seen a lot of success within our region and our community. A lot of time was spent several years ago on the latest update of the UDO. We are privileged that we didn't have a previous planning director who did that. The planning director we have now was involved in that. He was involved in drafting the intent. He was involved in understanding what we wanted, what we were looking for. As a board, y'all have charged him with making sure that that occurs on a daily basis. With regard to anything and everything that goes on within the county, you rely heavily on Ben. In this particular matter that's been talked so much about tonight, Ben's rulings was upheld by the Board of Adjustments, by the courts. But then when it got to the Court of Appeals, I think it's still somewhat of a positive thing for the county. There was just a little bit of text, a couple of little semantics that said, because you've written it this way, the Court of Appeals did not agree that that met with our intent, the intent that you've charged Ben to carry out. So as we sit here tonight, I think we have some fundamental things that we need to be thinking about. Do we want to continue with the intent that we charged Ben and the staff with? And if we do, then that means we need to take heed to what the Court of Appeals said. In order for you to be able to continue forward with your intent, you need to make these are the things that would need to be changed. You got 2 text amendments before you tonight. Ben has stated that both of them would take care of that. I'm one of these, keep it simple. Option A, I think just speaks to the little bit of language change. If we went with option A, we would have taken care of just what the Court of Appeals has talked about. I'm not saying we're taking care of everything we may need to be looking at with our UDO, but if we're looking at continuing on with our intent, I think option A is where we need to go. I think we probably need to be doing some of those tweakings that are a part of option B, but maybe we need to be looking at them a little more closely. There's been those that have talked about, let's not be too hasty. Well, I agree, let's not be too hasty to go beyond what we need to do to get back to our intent. So I'm here tonight just as an observer, seeing what's going on, working within the county, working within the UDO, and I would ask that you do this because I rely on Ben and the staff. I remember when Dan was the finance director. I remember when Ben wasn't here. I remember when Owen was up here where y'all are at. And Francis Walker. I've been here for years, and I rely on the staff. And I would like to appeal to y'all to empower the staff, to continue to support the staff. Make this text amendment so you're giving the support to the staff that I believe you really intend for them to have. Because otherwise, I'm going to go to Ben and I'm going to wonder, is your board going to stand behind you on what you're telling me now? Because they didn't on the last thing. So I think it's something that we need to be looking at. A lot of time was spent on this UDO. A lot of time was put forth in rewriting it, reorganizing it, and we got a little tweak that we need to take care of. So I would just appeal to you tonight that you would move forward on, I would say option A, but either option would get us back to where we were prior to this decision. And I thank you for your time. If you got any questions for me, I'm here.
Thank you, Mr. Overton.
All right, thank y'all.
Willow Kelly.
Good evening. My name is Willow Kelly. I serve as the Government Affairs Liaison to the Outer Banks Association of Realtors and the Outer Banks Home Builders Association. I'm here in representing both organizations, and again, thank you very much for allowing me this opportunity. In sitting and listening the last 2 hours, the conversation certainly has been clouded with regards to one specific development. The North Carolina Court of Appeals decision, of course, was based on this development. When we have been watching this court case, the development of what's been happening here in September when the Court of Appeals decision came down and we reviewed it and looked at the order, in a legislative committee meeting, actually legislative committee meetings with both associations, we looked at it and we said, well, semantics, as Mr. Overton has already stated, they have literally interpreted the word A. And so it looks to me like there needs to be a change in the UDO with regards to a residential building. And assuming that this was going to be a quick kind of fix, that in working with the county in the process of the rewrite of the UDO prior to 2013, we knew that the UDO was a living document, that there would be something that would come up in the future that would be an exception to the document where something would have to be tweaked, something would have to be fixed based on whatever project was brought forward. So, we understood that going in. We understood that it was an evolving document. It would be changed in the future. We didn't know it would be because of a Court of Appeals decision. But nevertheless, a North Carolina court has said that your UDO is in conflict, as what has already been stated by Mr. Woody, with existing structures. So in contacting Ben and by phone, I said, well, Ben, we know we have existing structures in Currituck County that it looks like the Court of Appeals has based its decision on the interpretation of a residential building, but the type of construction where you have buildings, so to speak, connected by these hallways. We know there are existing structures in Currituck County that have been built in that manner. We're concerned about not only the nonconformity, but now are these structures, could they be considered based on noncompliance with the UDO as an illegal nonconformity? And to give you a little bit of background, there is a huge burden of responsibility when it comes to realtors selling property, when it comes to builders working with their clients, when it comes to disclosure. When the Dodd-Frank Act was passed by Congress in 2010, it put a huge burden of responsibility on the loan originator that anything financed would be able to be repaid for the life of that loan. So when I talk to realtors and we're sitting in these committee meetings and we're talking about what is the impact of this Court of Appeals decision on existing structures, not to even look at future development or redevelopment of property, how does that affect existing structures? And I'm sitting next to an insurance agent, and when it comes to nonconformities, there are issues when it comes to financing and insurance, especially illegal nonconformities. Typically, an illegal nonconforming structures is going to have a condemnation notice put on it. You can't get it financed. You can't get insurance on it. And I've heard tonight, even from a person on your planning board, from others here, that will this construction be permitted tomorrow? If somebody wants to redevelop their property in the manner that the Court of Appeals said does not conform to your UDO, will it be permitted? I have not gotten one solid answer. Yes, I've heard maybe, may or not be permitted in the future. If somebody wants to redevelop and add an addition, the way this is constructed here in the Court of Appeals, it says, no, that's not a residential building. We're just looking for clarification and an answer, because when an insurance person sitting next to me says, oh, well, if the underwriter finds out that this is an illegal nonconforming structure, chances are if there's a fire, they'll find a way to deny the claim. So this is very important to us. We were trying not to boil it down to something that was overstated, so to speak, came back to me. Let's not overstate this issue. It's very important that we get this clarification. Regardless of, this certain structure here, the size of structures, impact on properties, we need to know if the Court of Appeals decision renders certain structures illegal non-conforming to where if somebody is selling their structure, does a realtor have to disclose, you might not be able to do something with this house that maybe you otherwise would be able to do. If a client comes to a builder and they say, I want to build a house like that, smaller scale, larger scale, whatever, is it going to be permitted? So in an email to Ben, I said, we're very concerned. Will similar types of construction in looking at new development be permitted in the future? If the Court of Appeals decision causes pause on the planning board level with the planning staff to look at a project and say, wait a minute, then we've got a problem. There's a conflict with your UDO according to the North Carolina Court of Appeals. And we need to make sure that our industry, the Realtors Association, the Home Builders Association, are guiding clients in the right way. And we know that what we're telling someone is accurate with the most current information, and that's what we're asking for. I know we've talked about setbacks, whatnot, and all of that. Regardless of that, I'm here to speak on the amendment to the UDO, to the amendment to the Unified Development Ordinance, Chapter 10. Setback rules by CAMA, they're in place for hazard mitigation, storm hazard mitigation, et cetera, separate from the county's UDO. Septic health permits are separate from the county's UDO. So I ask of you tonight to please consider answering that question. Would the North Carolina Court of Appeals decision cause pause for any future development, or how this impacts existing structures? Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Kelly. Any questions?
Ben, do you have an answer?
If you propose a single-family dwelling that's composed of 3 buildings, it would not be allowed under our current UDO.
Correct. But this was permitted under the UDO, this structure. So if there is an existing structure similar to this connected by hallways, of which we know there are existing structures there, are those structures non-conforming or illegal non-conforming based on the Court of Appeals decision?
If there's buildings,
were they permitted incorrectly?
I would submit it to go back to what is a very fact-specific case. And what I talked about at the very opening of my part of the presentation during the work session, the Court of Appeals says one of the most salient facts in this case is that this project, no other project, this project consists of multiple buildings. And then all the Court of Appeals did was to read our ordinance, apply common, ordinarily understood words, and words that have specific definitions contained within the UDO, and said, as it relates to this project, which everybody in the record had agreed and admitted to, was nothing but 3 buildings. Nobody ever disputed that. Okay, well, what are these 3 buildings? Because the Court of Appeals went on to say, it's not a matter of the number of buildings. It's a matter of what kind of buildings are they. Are they principal or are they accessory? And the Court of Appeals determined by reading our definition for accessory that the nature of their size and the way they were going to be utilized as part of this project, they could be nothing, they could not be accessory, which by default means they must be principal. And for this project, these 3 independent buildings, which are principal structures, may not be connected together without violating the terms of the UDO's definition. That's all the Court of Appeals said here. There's been no change in the intent of what the Board of Commissioners adopted when they adopted the UDO in 2013, which, by the way, when that was adopted, no telling how many nonconformities were created. Because every time the commissioners amend the text or zoning map, it's going to somehow make something or some property nonconforming. But we have saving provisions and clauses throughout the UDO in our nonconformity section that deals with nonconforming uses, that deals with nonconforming structures, and allows them to continue going forward with some limitations, but allows their continuance. So I really don't see that there is a large issue with regard to the inability for persons to sell their houses or to use their houses as they've been using them currently. I mean, as a matter of fact, if the board adopts version A or B of the UDO tonight, I submit you're going to create a nonconformity because it's change in the text. So the Court of Appeals really has not changed the manner in which the county has been applying its definition of single-family dwellings since 2013 when this was adopted by the Board of Commissioners at the time. What it did was, again, it said as to this project, there are 3 principal structures which, if connected together, violates the definition of single-family dwelling, and it's not allowed in Currituck County. That's simply it.
May I please just ask one further question?
Okay.
Ben has already stated he knows that there is construction with more than one principal structure on the property, connected either by a hallway or a breezeway. And so therefore, where do we move forward on those properties? How does a realtor advise a client whether or not what they can do with that property? Because I see the Court of Appeals ruling as looking at the county's UDO. The county said this was a residential building based on the definition of single-family dwelling. And so in looking at other single-family dwellings that may have more than one building, where do we move forward on this issue?
Again, the property may have more than one building. The issue is, what type of building is it?
Right. Now we're going to go back and look at all of this.
Is it an accessory structure? And in any event, anything that was built under a prior definition prior to 2013, yes, it may now be a legal nonconformity by virtue of the entire UDO having been changed in 2013. But that doesn't mean that structure is now illegal or there needs to be some kind of enforcement action. Indeed, there may be some structures that we have learned about in the course of this that there is a question, how did that get permitted even under a prior definition? And that maybe that's an issue that will have to be looked at by staff, but I think staff feels comfortable that there are very few, relatively, if there's more than a couple, that might run into that kind of problem.
They're outliers, and I'll just say this: there's probably over the tens of thousands and thousands of permits that have been issued in the past 20 years. I'm sure there's a few that weren't issued correctly, so they're certainly going to be outliers. But the key is, like I said, you can have multiple buildings, but then you've got to go through an assessment. Well, does the second building meet the requirement for an accessory structure?
So that's what I need to be telling realtors.
Well, I hate to say this, but then you need to say it in Dare County too, because every community in Dare County's definition says a building.
Right,
like
it hasn't
Currituck.
been challenged. So we're actually having that conversation with 6 towns right now about how their zoning ordinance is set up, what the impact of this Court of Appeals ruling is on their zoning ordinance. I mean, I'm not overstating the burden of responsibility when it comes to disclosure. And how a buyer could sue the realtor in the future because they were given the impression they could do this and they weren't told that their accessory structure had more than 25%, habitable area in it based on the principal structure. I mean, now this is a conversation we have to have because of the Court of Appeals decision.
But I think the key difference is this particular project was presented as 3 buildings. There's camera permits, there's other conditions in place. It's just hard, I think, to draw this specific project out to
But you
vast
permitted
numbers of
it, though, as a single-family dwelling, of which in the definition says a single building, so you did not see it as 3 buildings.
And we permitted it incorrectly, according to the Court of Appeals.
Correct.
If I may stop it there.
Yeah, I'm still kind of, we'll just talk later, because I just need to know what I need to do to go back and let the realtors and home builders know with any construction since 2013. Now look at accessory structures.
And
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Kelly. George Wood.
Hello, I'm George Wood. I reside at in Kill Devil Hills, North Carolina, 224 Collington Ridge. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the board. I'm going to let you know that a little bit about me and then answer any questions that you might have, because all I could do is probably repeat a lot of things that you've heard. 37 years, been in CAMA. 8 of those years, I was in Raleigh. I held the position for which a lot of the questions that were posed tonight, or the questions that had been posed before, I was the one that had to figure out what those answers were. Moved down here, met a Currituck girl, married her, and been here ever since. The thing that I want you to understand is that I know y'all have to be confused, because you've heard so much misinformation tonight about CAMA. You've heard people...
Just pause for a second, if you would. Mr. Daffron, can you get those people straight back there, please?
I'm going to throw the phone out the window now.
I appreciate it.
I apologize. I thought I had it turned on.
So you've heard a lot of information tonight. A lot of it's been wrong. With regards to this issue, and I know that this text amendment isn't just about this Latendra house, okay? But I'm going to try to answer some of your questions that you might have with regards to it. But regardless of what you do, the CAMA permit is valid. The CAMA permit will be valid. The Division of Coastal Management, I believe, will issue will not rescind the permit based on your decision. So ask me anything that you want to clarify with regards to CAMA and this issue with Latendra.
Okay, I will. Mr. Mancuso, I asked him directly if he was to build this house as one structure, not 3 separate structures, would he be allowed to build it exactly where it is? And he said no.
That's right.
And you're saying that he can?
They cannot build it as one structure under the definition of CAMA.
Thank you.
Yeah, it would have to meet the larger setback.
Thank you.
What do you think? Would CAMA be interested? Did they ever do variances? Like in this case, would they come back and say, give them a variance?
Was that?
They do variances. The problem with the variance is, as you probably are well aware, is that you have to meet very specific set of criteria, one of which is that the circumstance is unique to this property, which is always difficult. That the circumstance it has no was not brought on by the applicant themselves. That it meets the spirit and intent of the CAMA regulations, and there's a reasonable likelihood of success in passing the variance. So that criteria is very high, and going to the Coastal Resources Commission is very well, you're going in front of a board, and so you can't really depend on what their determination might be.
Okay, thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Any further questions?
I'm not sure if it's yours or not. When he originally said he put the gazebo on the back of the house because of the wetlands, he couldn't put the house back there because of distance. So what it sounds like is, and I'm not sure how I'm trying to ask this, you buy a lot because it looks really great, and then you try to fit the house you want on it, and it doesn't always work. You don't get a variance because of that. You get told these are the rules. And they were told you can build 3 buildings under 5,000, and you can put it at 120 feet from the water instead of 450 feet back.
It's set back now. It'll be 455 if you have the setback, and now it's 320, I believe.
To 320.
Yeah.
And you could have probably put it at 455 if it hadn't been for the wetlands. They were behind it, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Thank you.
I guess you can help me understand one issue then.
Sure.
If this now gets deemed as one structure of, what's it, 15,000 square feet
By the county.
by the county with a text amendment, let's just say a text amendment, okay, we do that. Now, if CAMA finds out that now it's one structure, 15,000 feet, you mean to tell me they're not going to amend anything now?
No. As a matter of fact, the reason I feel confident in that is because the county found it to be one structure, and it went to the Board of Adjustments. It's not by coincidence that the Board of Adjustments decision was on March 14th, and the CAMA permit was issued on March 17th. They were waiting to hear from the county. And when they heard from the county says, yes, it's one structure, and we're fine with it.
Yeah, I just wanted to get clarification if CAMA ever did that or not, if they retracted any permits later on.
They do retract permits if you're in violation, but they're not in violation.
They would be in violation if it was one structure, though, correct?
If you deem it as one structure,
Yes.
no.
Okay.
If they determine it's one structure, yes.
Thank you. Any further questions? Thank you. I'm almost afraid to ask this question. Is there anyone that didn't sign up for public hearing or public comments? I'm sorry, I can't see that far. Mr. Dunstan, come on up.
Mr. Chairman, Commissioners.
Mr. Dunstan, can you give us your street address, please?
My name?
Name and address.
I'm Gary Dunstan. I live in Nags Head. I wasn't planning to speak. I don't have a dog in this fight. I don't know anything about it. But I was sitting here listening to everything, and I heard my name mentioned as being opposed to this, and I'd just like to clarify that and say, no, I'm not opposed to it. And needless to say, I was quite in shock when I heard my name mentioned as opposed to it by someone I've never met or talked to. So that's all I have to say.
Thank you, Mr. Dunstan. Mr. Daffron?
Jim Daffron, live in Moyock. How many times has the UDO been changed since 2013? Does anybody know? I think it's 29. So the change has happened all the time, depending on what the county has in front of it. So to say that this change would be something out of the norm is ridiculous, because the county changes the UDO all the time. That's all I got to say.
Thank you, Mr. Daffron. I will now close the public hearing and open the floor for discussion or for a motion.
One last thing, Bobby, I'm sorry, but we did ask if we could have just a minute or two.
I apologize. Yes, you may.
I'll keep it extremely short.
I don't believe it.
I promise. I promise. The one issue.
I'm sorry. I'm going to open the public hearing back
I'll
up.
make it really fast. I've watched Paul ask you numerous questions tonight. I've seen most of you look to Ben and ask numerous questions. Others looked over to Ike and asked numerous questions. That's exactly what we did. When we got this permit, when we went through this process, we went to Ben, we went to Ike. When Ben makes a decision, he asks Ike's opinion. Marie Long did not sue John. Marie Long sued the county. Ike McCree lost that lawsuit, but now he seems to be defending the Court of Appeals. The issue that's really important here, and Jake brought it up, and the builders that came up here and spoke brought it up. We rely, just like you rely, on your staff. You looked at him numerous times tonight. Well, Ben, what's the answer? Ben, what do you think? Ben, what? Ben's too proud a man to tell you guys the truth, but I'm going to tell you, him and I respect each other greatly because we both feel like we've been made fools of by the Court of Appeals. The worst for Ben is you folks expect him to make decisions, but you need to stand by what he says. The Court of Appeals has made a bad decision, but this man made all the right decisions the whole way through. This man is telling you, you are supposed to do either option A or option B because it's the right thing to do. I would think that if you don't think he's right, he shouldn't be sitting there. Mr. McCree shouldn't be sitting there. You don't need those two if you're not going to listen to what they say, or more importantly, stand behind what they say. Every builder out here that spoke to you tonight said, we come to Ben, we come to Ben, we come to Ben. We don't know all the rules. I happen to know most of the UDO from Currituck County, but I don't know the rules in the other place. You go to the man. He's the man. I'm going to ask you guys to please stand behind the person that you respect as much as I respect, and please make the right decision and go by whatever option he tells you to. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mancuso. No.
Do I get to have a rebuttal?
Yes, Ms. Long, come on up.
I'm not on but one second. I will say that our lawyer addressed Ms. Kelly's.
Can y'all please be quiet in the audience? Thank you.
Our lawyer addressed Ms. Kelly's concerns in a 16-page letter to you all, just in case somebody wants to read it. And I certainly don't feel like Ben has been made a fool of at all by anything, or Mr. McCrary or anybody. It was a simple process that was gone through. The only thing I really wanted to say is, at no time, including tonight, I made a point of telling you, I do understand they have a legitimate camera permit. There's never been any question about that. It's never changed. And the same plans were definitely submitted to CAMA that were submitted to the county. That's all I wanted to correct. Thank you.
Thank you. Any further comments? I'll now close the public hearing and open the floor to discussion or a motion.
If I could make one statement. When I built my house here in Currituck County, several times during the process, I stopped building. The reason why I stopped building is because there was a question that the building inspector said I either didn't do something right, or it was not right with the state or with Currituck County. And I waited for that ruling. And then I proceeded either by correcting what I was wrong in or pointing out what the county was incorrect on. But that's how I did it. I waited for the rulings. Did it cost me some money? Yes, it did. Did I like it? No, I didn't. But I played by the rules. And I could have been overturned. I could have had it appealed again. Again, I fall back on the fact that I've heard everybody here just about say we've asked for other opinions. We've had appeals, whether it's the insurance folks, the septic folks, the CAMA folks, Court of Appeals. Sometimes that's what it takes. It's the cost of doing business. It's terrible. It's not right and wrong. It's what the rules say. If you don't like the rules, then you change them. You don't sit there and say, hey, I'm going to do it anyways. But you wait and you don't start a project or you don't finish a project until that rule is set. You wait for that to happen. Now, I sit here and I listen to both sides, and again, I have to fall back on my personal knowledge, listening to Ben, to Mr. McCree, my fellow commissioners, to the planning board, to the Board of Adjustments, to the builders, to everybody out here. And I don't think anybody's been made to look bad. I think the sad part here is that somewhere in there, somebody's going to think they're going to lose no matter what happens here tonight. But we'll make the best chance and the best possible decision we can make based on the evidence. Thank you.
I've got a couple. Ben, I'm going to pull you back out over there and wake you up a little bit. So throughout all this, we've heard several different times that, and this is, and again, probably repeating myself, that that there are other properties that are or could not be built. And so once again, I'm just asking, is that, that are not confident that we would stand behind you, or that the UDO in any way is really compromised at this point, that you would have a problem issuing permits? I mean, obviously, it would not have to be something similar to that structure, but doing business as you normally would.
No, I mean, we'll evolve. I mean, obviously on oceanfront permits, we'll make sure that we don't get plans that explicitly call it 3 buildings.
Right.
There probably are some structures out there that couldn't be built as we sit today. But just to be in fairness, I mean, sometimes when you come in the answers where you can't build it this way, you just got to figure out another way to build it, or you got to put it together, or do whatever it needs to be done to make the project work. So, again, I think there's some that probably can't be replicated, but a lot probably could.
Okay. I think it was somewhere else. One other thing that somebody brought up earlier was, I believe it was Bernie, but the house in Pine Island that was built next to the Hampton Inn. They said that got built and permitted fast and went through its process, but that was a completely different setting, was it not? Because it was in a commercial district. It was the setbacks are different, and we're not dealing with the multiple buildings. It was a whole different set of those two buildings are not, the two projects are not even comparable, other than they're both big houses.
Yeah, I mean probably that's the main difference is that the one in Pine Island was clearly one structure, and I think they presented it as much. Now it still had to meet a CAMA setback, and still had to meet the building code and the zoning requirements, but it didn't have. I don't think it had the complexity with the CAMA permit on that, because they met whatever structure, whatever setback was required for that square footage.
Okay. That's all I got. Thank you, Ben.
I'm prepared to make a motion.
Okay.
I move to deny PB 1615 Elizabeth Lynn Tundra because the request is not consistent with the land use plan, because it allows oceanfront development to utilize the least restrictive CAMA ocean hazard setback, contrary to county policy providing structures shall be located as far west as possible, and that's land use plan policy OB9. It as well, it does not accommodate low-density traditional single-family detached homes consistent with the purpose of the SFR zoning district, and the request is not reasonable and not in the public interest because it is not required by changing conditions, since single-family dwellings can reasonably meet the current standards. It allows unintended outcomes by allowing multiple structures on a property, which is more similar to group housing. And I'm going to quote specifically from the opinion of the court, Long versus Currituck County, on page 45. Page 14, 45 in our packet, which says, were we to adopt Respondent Currituck County's interpretation, a project including 10 5,000 square foot buildings, all attached by conditioned hallways, which will be used as residential dwelling for one family with a kitchen facility, and only one of the buildings would qualify as a single-family dwelling. And then finally, it would have a destructive effect on the natural environment and oceanfront property values.
I'll second that.
Any discussion?
Mr. Chairman, for point of clarification, is that denial for option A, option B, or both?
Any further discussion? Any questions? All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion passes unanimously. We'll take a 5-minute recess. Okay, the meeting is back in session. The next agenda item is public hearing and action, PB 14-16 Lakeview at Currituck. All those that were going to be speaking to this, if you please would stand and to be sworn in. Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Mr. Boydie?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This is a pretty straightforward request. Unlike the other, and it should not take 3 hours to get through. This is the Lakeview Plan Unit Development, which is located on the north side of Survey Road in the Moyock Township. It's a new subdivision that's currently under construction. It was originally improved in 2006, the rezoning was, and then over the years there's been a number of subdivision approvals. There's been different revisions. There's even a development agreement in place for this subdivision regarding its connection to the wastewater system. So they have come to the county looking to record a final plat to begin building houses in this subdivision. One of the things that the as-built survey picked up was that the sidewalk, or at least 620 feet, a portion of the sidewalk on the southern boundary was located closer than 10 feet from the side property line. So that's the property line that adjoins, I believe, Eagle Creek open space. The use permit that was issued probably many years ago had a condition that said any sidewalk or pedestrian feature or pedestrian loop trail system must be located a minimum of 10 feet from all the exterior property lines and located to provide safe movement. That 10-foot setback that's in that condition is probably a relic of the old UDO. We used to require 10 feet setback from property lines for almost everything. And what happened is in 620 feet of this linear sidewalk improvement, it's located up to or as close as 7 feet to the property line. So you've got about a 3-foot encroachment on this sidewalk from the southern property line based on the 10-foot setback that's a condition of the use permit approval. Now they've come to it was picked up during the as-built before the property was platted, and they asked what's the proper way to remedy this. And there's really two remedies. One is they can remove the sidewalk and rebuild it at the 10-foot setback, or they can come to the Board of Commissioners and ask for that condition to be amended and removed from the use permit, and that's what they've decided to do. If the board modifies that condition in the use permit, they can either leave the sidewalk 7 feet from the property line or do something different, even depending on what your modification would be. Or if the board denies this modification, they would then have to remove the sidewalk and rebuild it 10 feet from the property line. I will note that in our current ordinance, we do allow sidewalk encroachments in the 10-foot setback. So it probably in disclosure, when that 10-foot setback was added in the use permit, that was an ordinance condition at the time. But if they came in to permit this development today, the sidewalk could remain within 7 feet of the side property line. So that would be allowed in the current ordinance. But again, you've got to evaluate this request in the context of the use permit that was previously issued. And with that, I can answer any questions the board has on this agenda item.
Is the encroachment 3 feet to the buffer or 3 feet to the property line?
It's 3 feet into the buffer, so it's still in all locations it remains 7.3 feet from the property line. And actually, I have a picture of the sidewalk. And what you can see here on this photograph is, I think we're looking eastward on this. So on the right side of the sidewalk is the Eagle Creek property open space, which I believe has a drainage feature probably down the property line. And then, of course, on the left side of the sidewalk, you can see the Lakeview subdivision. Now, the sidewalk itself, the manner in which it's built and bermed has no issues. I mean, there's no stormwater issues with it. So really, your task is to what extent you may or may not modify the use permit to allow this to remain.
You keep coming back to buffer and property line, I want to make sure I got this right. Is there a buffer that belongs to Lakeview on the right side of the sidewalk, or is it the property line that goes right into Eagle Creek?
It's a setback, a 10-foot setback from the Eagle Creek property line that is shared with this development.
Okay.
So their southern boundary that is shared, a shared property line, this sidewalk is it's supposed to be 10 feet from that property line.
But not the buffer, just the property line.
Just the property line.
Okay.
Yeah, this is straight from the property line.
And they were aware of this 10-foot setback.
I mean, it's in their use. It's in their use permit.
Okay, and I guess I'll let the
Yeah.
applicant address this, but how do you miss 600 feet and not measure before you build a sidewalk? Anyway,
The applicant will have to hopefully address that.
Ben, I had another question. The ditch that's on the left-hand side, is that a ditch that they constructed? And is that why the sidewalk is where it is? Because it appears that there's no other place to put the sidewalk other than where it is right now.
Yeah, the ditch on the left side would be a feature of their development. I don't know if they have rear lot line swells on the lots. Mr. Bissell can probably answer that. But
so is the ditch not in the wrong place?
The ditch on the left side of the photograph is a ditch that's part of their development. So it's not in the wrong place. And if they have to move this sidewalk, they'll have to move that ditch. What that ditch on the left side does is most likely take the stormwater from their development and move it to their stormwater pond. It probably just conveys water.
Okay.
Now, the ditch on the right side is the major drainage feature that probably serves Eagle Creek, and eventually even this development probably goes to that ditch on the right side as an outlet. Hopefully that answers your question.
Kind of. I guess the question I'm asking, which came first, the ditch or the sidewalk?
Sidewalk. The ditch on the right side was there originally, but when the sidewalk was built prior or in conjunction with any stormwater improvements on the left side of that sidewalk. So everything on the left side of the sidewalk is new, and the sidewalk itself.
Okay.
That was just a agricultural field prior to this.
Okay. Any further questions? Mr. Bissell?
Probably should start by answering the question that was asked one of the board members, which is how did this happen? And the answer is that we're honestly not sure how it happened because it was staked. If it was a staking error, we would expect it to be consistent. If it was 2 feet off the entire length, we'd say, well, it was a staking error. But it ranges from 0.3 of a foot off on one end to I think 2.67 feet at the worst location, but then it also veers a couple of feet to the left in some places. So, and the truth of the matter is that of the 620 feet, actually about 550 of that is encroaching into the 10-foot setback. The other approximately 70 feet actually is more than 10 feet off the property line and is closer to the lots than it was intended to be. But what you have, if you look at the picture of the subdivision, you have a strip of open space that's about 25 feet wide at its narrowest location, with this sidewalk intended to run down the center of it. So you'd have 10 feet roughly between the sidewalk and Eagle Creek, roughly 10 feet between the sidewalk and the rear property lines of Lakeview. And if you look at the, can we go back to the photograph? There we go. You have on the right, and we're looking north toward 168, the buffer that exists between the sidewalk and the Eagle Creek Golf Course and community open space. And you have a drainage ditch there that serves as the drainage outlet for Eagle Creek, which is separate. This actually acts as a low berm that separates the drainage from the development, which is being collected by this new swale to the left of the sidewalk and runs to a stormwater retention pond from the drainage that drains Eagle Creek to the right. So it's essentially where it's supposed to be, but it meanders some from the exact location where it was intended to be. it still serves its functional purpose. As I stated, the adjacent properties are community open space and golf course open space, so there's really no impact to the adjacent property. The walk could be relocated. I don't know that any real positive benefit could be achieved by going to that expense. The walkway is already fully stabilized on the right side. The left side is in the process. And this picture was taken a couple of months ago, so additional stabilization has actually taken place on the left side as well. There has been over a mile of walkway constructed so far in Eagle Creek, and we've got this roughly 500 feet, 50 feet that's closer than the 10 feet. As Mr. Woody stated, if not for the use permit condition, this wouldn't be a problem since the UDO actually allows an encroachment up to 3 feet into a setback, and the closest point that this encroaches is 2.67 feet, and most of it's so considerably less than that. So we just have a UDO. We don't have a UDO problem. We just have a use permit condition that we would request be changed. And in support of that, we did address the use permit conditions. We have a walkway that it won't endanger the public health or safety. We have an ADA compliant walkway. We have slopes that meet the requirements of the UDO that provide good drainage. It won't injure the value of adjoining or budding lands and will be in harmony with the area. The adjacent property is open space and a golf course rough for Eagle Creek. So there's certainly no negative impact on that property. The use C will be in conformity with the land use plan. And we've actually cited land use plan policy PR4 and MUIAC small area plan policy R2, both of which promote pedestrian trail systems and connectivity, which this property and this construction promotes. And then finally, the change will have no impact on the county's ability to provide adequate public facilities, and it will have no impact on the county's ability to maintain public facilities. So we believe it meets all of the conditions for a modification of a use permit. I'd be glad to answer any questions.
I've got has the adjacent property owners been made aware of the encroachment that you did not meet what you were told to do? I mean, I don't know if they've been informed.
The only notice the county provided was the adjoining property owner notice for this public hearing.
Have you got any feedback from them?
I've not heard anything.
And that's the golf course and the community association.
But still, they haven't said one way or the other.
I have not had any feedback or any comments from the adjoining communities, one way or the other.
Any further questions? Thank you, Mr. Bissell. If I could make a comment, I understand that, this is quite a long path. I feel if when we start making and accepting changes for errors that people make, we kind of set a precedent. In an effort to try to stay consistent, recently we have had a couple issues where they have asked for variances or asked for changes, and they've been denied. That's pretty much what I need to say about that. So, thank you, Mr. Bissell. I would open the public comments. Is there anyone that would like to speak on this? Then I will close the public comments. And I will open the floor for discussion or for a motion.
have enough time.
It's fine, it's fine. It isn't late or anything, we're good.
No, I guess why I'm struggling with this is because I do a lot of construction, federal work and city work, and if I'm thinking here in my contractual obligations, they don't give me a free pass, and which they did, and I gotta fix my mistakes. And I just feel like Chairman said too, that if you make a mistake, you got no one to fix it. And we get too much, you get air actions, and then we're asked as a board of commissioners to adjust something to fix an error. And what the chairman said, I don't want to upset bad precedents here. We've had some issues with solar farms, other issues as well. So,
I think the only thing I would throw out there is that, and I get it, right? But if this application came through today, this would not be an issue. So that's I absolutely agree. You know, we all made deals, and that was part of the agreement, and that was part of the arrangement. And when you look at the physical features of this, a sidewalk 3 feet to the left, anyway. But I absolutely understand what you're saying.
600 feet, that's a long way.
I think the difficulty with it is where do you draw the line on what's an acceptable error?
2 feet or something like that, 10 feet, yeah.
Well, not so much for a sidewalk, but if if it had a public pool, where would you, if they put it in the wrong place, what would you do with that? Or if you had a public building and it wasn't where it was supposed to be, what would you do with that?
Well, I think that's what he was saying. It's not a staking issue, and that's the surveyor. So, who was the contractor?
Who don't we want to use?
Just the naughty list.
So that guy's not on doing the roads.
But by the fact of nobody here can argue it, we could be standing on the previous part of this meeting where we talked about the Latundras. You have a violation of rules. I understand exactly where Commissioner Payment's coming from. And it's not 20 feet, it's not 10 feet, it's 600 feet. Does it matter? At some point, how do we tell one side that, yeah, we need you to follow the rules, and the other side, we don't?
I don't disagree with you, so.
Then under the current UDO, the 10-foot is not in there. Is that what you're saying?
There's a 10-foot setback, but there's an exception for sidewalks and walkways where they can encroach 3 feet in the required setbacks. So our current UDO gives enough flexibility where this would actually work under the current standards. Yeah, the use, I tried to find out why this ordinance condition was put into the use permit. I couldn't find that out. I don't know why it was added in the use permit, but it was. So I don't even know the context for why it's there.
There were a number of things that were put in that were just reiterations.
Mr. Bissell, could you come up and whatever so that we can hear what you're saying?
I'm sorry. I was just trying to answer that question. I don't think there was a specific reason other than there were a number of conditions that were put into the original use permit that were just a reiteration of requirements that were already in the UDO.
Thank you.
Looking at the technical review committee, 4 is definitely, it was agreed upon, it was signed on, just like we talked about the solar farm. Mr. McCree, anything you can add in at this point? Looking on the legal side of it?
Well, I mean, again, it's within the board's discretion whether to make a modification to a permit that you've already issued and which has been utilized by the applicant here. I understand you're concerned about a precedent. I think also that you can recognize that each situation that comes before you, such as this, has its own unique fact situation, and so it does not necessarily denote that you're setting a precedent that must be followed here on out. If you find that the evidence here rises to the level of a permit modification.
If I want to take and put something in my yard, and it's right on the property line, and I want to change it, even though the rule says I can't, I have to ask my neighbor for permission, correct?
Correct.
Would you be opposed to getting hold of the president of Eagle Creek or the property owners, or both, if we continue this for 2 weeks, just to get them to come in? And we could ask for a variance that way, with the approval of...
Well, I mean, I would note also, if it were a zoning issue, and they can meet certain requirements, a variance might lend itself to a solution, but that's not available under a circumstance where it is the board's use permit that is in question and that's being requested for modification.
And Ben, you said that, and I'm looking at a date of 11/28/16 of when this was signed or dated. And is that something that you feel that the staff or that we overlooked? That 10-foot?
No, the staff didn't overlook it. They just didn't build it correctly. I mean, the note's been corrected on plans, and I'm confident. It's just somebody out in the field just was off a few feet, and I'll say it happens sometimes when you're constructing 160 lot subdivisions. It's a big project, so.
We weren't aware of it until the as-built was completed. There was a lot of different construction going on by a lot of different contractors and a lot of things going on the site. Now the developer has tried really hard to comply with all of the permit conditions. This is something that they just got away. It was outside of their control. They had a subcontractor that apparently lost the stakes. And of course, there was no way of knowing that since it was such a small variance from where it was supposed to be until the as-built was completed. But we would be happy to talk, and actually the majority of it is along the golf course. We'd be happy to speak with the golf course owner and get him to sign off on that encroachment.
Still open for a motion.
I'm going to make a motion to continue this, and I'd like to hear from the two neighbors. I'm sorry, and then at that point, maybe I can come up with an answer for either going forward or going backward on this. I personally cannot, so that's my motion, is to table it for 2 weeks, give you a chance to talk to them and get something either in writing or they're in person here. And that would help me feel like, based on the new parts of the allowing to the 3 foot, to make that by approval, or to say no and you're going to rip it all up. So that's my motion at this moment, to continue it until we can hear from the other two sides.
Do I hear a second?
Second.
Any discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? Motion passes unanimously.
And Mr. Chairman, we are confirming that that's the next regular scheduled meeting of the Board of Commissioners?
Yes.
Okay.
The next agenda item is public hearing and action, PB 16-22, Barn Hill Contracting Company. Mr. Woody?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This is a request for a conditional zoning district. Property's currently zoned agricultural, and they're requesting conditional heavy industrial. a conditional zoning district is a tool the Board of Commissioners has, and what it allows is a property owner or applicant and the board to agree upon conditions of approval. So this rezoning request, should it be approved, will be subject to any conditions that are included in the approval tonight, as well as the conceptual development plan I'm about to show you. So I just want to make sure everybody understands that when you have a conditional zoning, things that are included into the approval are binding on the property. So that's just one key element to keep in mind as we work through this. The property is in Lower Currituck in the Point Harbor sub-area of the land use plan. You can see the property highlighted in blue on this screen. It's just south of Bayview Road. It's a primarily wooded tract. You can see to the rear of it where the power line easement runs through the property. Zoning pattern in this area, you can see there is the property itself is zoned agricultural. There's kind of a mix of agricultural and around it. There's actually a lot of agricultural zoning around it, but then on the highway you can see some intermittent general business zoning, as well as some single-family mainland zoning to the north of this. And it's just off the screen, but just south of this property, about a little over half a mile, there's some industrial zoning that also exists in the area. So it's kind of a mix of zoning that's in this area of the county, not necessarily uniform. The land use plan designates this area as full service. Full service is one of our designations to indicate a place where we want to encourage development and growth. So the way the county plan is currently laid out is you have full service that exists in nodes up and down the corridor, primarily on the mainland, and those nodes are places where the county would want to direct infrastructure improvements. They would want to direct subdivisions or commercial development or whatever it is, but it's an area that the county encourages growth. This isn't in the staff report, but I want to mention this. The land use plan also includes a description of the Point Harbor sub-area for which this is in. That's kind of this area south to the Wright Memorial Bridge, and it describes some of the important elements of the Point Harbor sub-areas to preserve and enhance the roadside appearance of land uses along US 158. One thing that'll be mentioned later, but I want to say it's specifically in this sub-area policy, is the idea that we place stricter controls over mining in the Point Harbor area, i.e. there's a lot of mines, and we probably should limit those down there. And additionally, that we cluster retail and carefully plan that retail in these full-service areas. So that's kind of the focus of the Point Harbor sub-area. As we get into this discussion tonight, there'll be some good conversation about the existing land uses that are occurring in this area and maybe what those indicate. And to some extent, it's obviously need to look at existing land use patterns, but I'll note when staff goes through this presentation, for us, it's going to be based on the land use plan recommendations, which are primarily what you'd want to see in 10, 20 years into the future. And so that's why I wanted to read that Point Harbor sub-area and full service information. Here you can see the conceptual plan that's been presented as part of this conditional zoning request. You can see on the right side of the screen, and to orient you, that it's kind of flipped over, but on this parcel in the aerial photograph, the highway's on the left side of the screen, and of course on this site plan, we're looking kind of driving south, so the highway's on the right side of the screen. But you can see they're proposing to keep a 300-foot buffer between the highway and the proposed site, and then within the area behind the buffer, you can see where the blue square is where they're proposing to locate the asphalt plant, which is the basic premise for this request. And then the yellow areas on the remainder of the site are kind of aggregate storage or a laydown yard where they could store equipment or aggregate or anything needed to support the operations. All those uses, asphalt plants, or asphalt plants in particular, are only allowed in the heavy industrial zoning district, so that's why this is here before you tonight. The aggregate storage has a little more flexibility in terms of different zoning districts, but what's primarily driving this request is the need for the asphalt plant. One thing I want to note as I get into the staff report is I want to talk about kind of what's around this property and the concept of industrial in Lower Currituck, and then I'm going to address a few things that came up at the planning board, which the applicants will probably address in more detail as well. And then finally, I'm going to go over the land use plan to conclude my presentation. We had the GIS department put together this map that you can see on your screen, and what it does is it shows the existing industrial parks in Lower Currituck, and you can see there's 6. Now, some of those is probably a stretch to call industrial parks because there's only a handful of lots, And of course, there's others that have 40 or 50 lots that are probably truer to a natural or to a true industrial park. On this map, you can see, and this isn't all the HI and LI zoning in Lower Currituck, this is just the industrial parks. So these are planned industrial areas. In those 6 industrial parks, there's 148 parcels that exist. 91 of those parcels are vacant, and that's relevant from our recommendation because what our land use plan tells us pretty clearly is that when we contemplate industrial uses in Currituck County, we should first look to existing industrial parks to see if there's availability within those. I understand these lots, a lot of these are small in these parks and probably would require some level of recombination to establish an asphalt plant, but that said, staff's initial position is that there is additional industrial parks in the area that need to be looked at. We did another GIS exercise where we identified adjacent land that abutted these industrial parks as potential expansion areas, and I think the applicant will probably talk about that some. I'm not going to show that because a lot of the land around these industrial parks, quite frankly, probably isn't the best land for industrial development. Now, some of it is, but some of it's not. So I'm going to go, not display that tonight and just say that staff's position is, number one, we should look for industrial parks first when citing industrial uses, and then number 2, we should look for parcels of land that don't adjoin the highway and don't adjoin residential properties. I think those are 2 qualifiers that are supported in our plan. Barnhill is here tonight asking for this rezoning because their current facility is located on the property where the water park's being built. So with that new development, obviously, they are being displaced and they're trying to find a location in the lower end of the county. From our perspective as staff, we think this presents some compatibility concerns with adjoining properties. There are residential properties that adjoin this, and there's also a significant amount of agriculturally zoned land that's around it as well. I'll note that while there is some industrial zoning that's in somewhat close proximity, the closest piece of industrially zoned land is more than a half a mile away. So I think there's some context or some weight that staff would recommend you give that in terms of this being kind of a isolated parcel being proposed for industrial zoning. A couple of things that came up at the planning board I want to cover is there was some conversation about the extent to which a asphalt plant of this particular use behind a wooded buffer may in fact be a better fit for the corridor than traditional general business zoning. I don't know that staff entirely agrees with that. A lot of our GB zoning in the past, but prior to 2013, allowed for, quite frankly, GB used to allow industrial uses in the GB zoning district. It allowed metal buildings and a lot of things that really just weren't in keeping with what commercial zoning should probably allow. Our current GB zoning district actually provides that you have to have a little higher quality of development standard for your site, more landscaping. There's a prohibition on metal buildings in the current GB zoning district. So I do think a lot of the GB that's there and otherwise may develop as commercial probably would have a better quality than what we're used to in Lower Currituck for GB zoning. So I want to note that. Also want to note that industrial zoning is exempt from all the design standards. So the thought process that if you develop in GB and commercial zoning districts, you've got to meet design standards to improve the appearance of development on the corridor. If you develop in industrial zoning districts, you're exempt from those design standards. So it makes development easier in industrial districts, but the thought process is that since there's not a lot of industrial in the county, you're more strategic in where you locate those industrial districts, knowing they're a little more flexible. Another thing that came up at the planning board meeting was the discussion of septage and sludge disposal fields that are located. There's a lot of agricultural land in this area, and the applicant has a map that they'll show you. There's a tremendous amount of acreage that's dedicated to septage and sludge disposal. And what that means is they're spraying sewage basically onto these tracts of land, which probably isn't an ideal use, but nonetheless, it's a use that's occurring. And probably one of the benefits I would say is that the land essentially still remains in appearance like agricultural land. Because one thing you have to do when you do these spray fields, you have to maintain a crop on the site. So that could be soybeans, that could be grasses, whatever it is. But from an outward appearance, most of these spray field areas is agriculturally zoned land. It's not your typical ag land, but at the same time, it has the appearance. It's open. It's kind of rural by nature. It just happens to have these spray fields that exist on it. The spray fields, they're highly regulated by the state. So the state actually requires you have the ground cover or the crops that are planted on these operations. From staff's perspective, when you think about the fact that agriculture tends to have trucks, sprayers, combines, probably the same type of equipment that exists and work on these spray and septage fields. I don't know that from a land use perspective there's a lot of difference between the two uses. That is traditional agriculture and then agriculture that has the added element of spray and septage disposal on it. So I just want to point that out. Another thing is in the planning board it was noted that septage and sludge disposal are industrial uses. They're actually not in Currituck County. We allow septage and sludge disposal as an accessory use to agricultural production. So in other words, to dispose of these elements, you have to do it on somewhere that has crop production occurring on it. Now, just so everybody understands, obviously what's grown is not for human consumption. It's typically animal feed or things like that. Last thing I want to cover is the land use plan. Really, when it comes down to it, I think that the land use plan at this point, giving its full service, given the parcels adjoining the highway, the staff just doesn't think it's the right place for heavy industrial zoning. And I understand that they're going to bring some information forward regarding screening, and to their credit, they've done a good job of trying to put this package together to support this request. But when you get down to it, it's still industrial zoning we're placing on the corridor, and it doesn't set a direct precedent, but it's just another parcel that somebody else can point to in the future and say, hey, there's industrial zoning there. Why not more of it here? That may be the best course. I'll say that one day down the road, there may need to be more industrially zoned areas in the county, but that's not a course that's in our current land use plan. Our current land use plan looks at this a little different as a full service designation. So we're in a land use plan update. There may be, in that process, there may be other areas in the county that are identified for industrial activities, but we're not there yet. And currently, our land use plan really pushes industrial development to industrial parks. In your staff report, there's a couple of land use plan policy references in there. I'm not going to read them all, but nonetheless, they relate to the location of industrial uses and zoning, and then they also relate to the importance, the economic, tourism, and community image benefits of our major highway corridors, i.e. the importance of the appearance, the function, kind of what your vision is for this corridor in Lower Currituck. So I just want to say that's a lot of the basis for staff's recommendation for denial on this request. The planning board also heard this request, and they too recommend denial of the conditional rezoning due to the same reasons listed by the TRC. At the planning board meet, the vote was 5-1. You had 5 members that recommended in favor of the denial and 1 that voted against it. And let me capture a little bit of the board discussion too. The planning board discussed the current plan, which says industry has to occur in a planned industrial area, and if changed, all agricultural land would have to be rezoned. They asked the planning board to discuss areas that may be better suited for an industrial use or Barn Hills contracting site. And they went on to move for denial of this rezoning request. And the last thing I want to note, and then I'll stop, is I was thinking about the corridor and kind of just the county's, at a real basic level, our longstanding policy that we want to improve the appearance of the corridor. We've talked about that for many years. Many folks that have lived here a long time have probably heard that for decades. We haven't always done the best job of that over the years, and I was looking back at old plans. The county actually adopted a plan in 1994. It was a Highway 158 NC 168 corridor plan, and that was a big deal. It won awards, and it was a big emphasis at that time in 94 to try to improve the appearance and the functionality of the corridor. And I found one of the main goals in that plan was to preserve and enhance, this is from the 1994 plan, preserve and enhance community appearance along US 158, NC 168 by making the corridor one of the most attractive roads in northeast North Carolina by the year 2004. So I'll let you decide if you think we met that goal or not. But staff's position on a really just general level is I don't know how we do meet that goal by continuing to add isolated industrial zoning districts along the corridor, just in principle. And with that, I can answer any questions the board has.
I have a question. I'd like to direct this to our county attorney. Going through this and looking at the application, a question came to my mind. Could this not be considered spot zoning?
It possibly could. Let me preface that with In North Carolina, spot zoning is not in and of itself illegal. I mean, spot zoning can be legal, but if spot zoning is found to exist, then it loses its presumption of validity as a typical legislative zoning action might have when this board makes its decision. I think it might be helpful to also listen to what our courts have said spot zoning is, which could an indication that spot zoning possibly exists. A zoning ordinance or amendment which singles out and reclassifies a relatively small tract owned by a single person and surrounded by a much larger area uniformly zoned so as to impose upon the smaller tract greater restriction than those imposed upon the larger area, or so as to relieve the small tract from restrictions to which the rest of the area is subjected, is called spot zoning. So based upon that definition, one might come to the reasonable conclusion that this could constitute spot zoning, given the size of the tract of land and the predominant zoning that exists around it. And so what that means is that if the board were inclined to approve this zoning request and it were deemed to be a spot zone, then to ensure that it is legal and that it would withstand a challenge, the board would need to make findings to show a reasonable basis for the rezoning. And so our courts have given guidance to, well, what does that entail? Well, that would necessitate the board taking into consideration, again, the size of the tract of land and the predominant zoning of the tracts of land around the requested zoning site. It doesn't necessarily, the acreage doesn't necessarily determine whether a spot zone exists or not, because in a urban area, a spot zone may be deemed to exist if it's a half acre, for example, whereas in a rural area, a relatively larger tract of land might be deemed a spot zone given the context or nature of the location in which the property is located. So a 25-acre site, given the predominant zoning around it, could constitute a spot zone, and so the board would want to make a determination and an analysis of the size of the tract. Another important aspect is making a finding or taking into consideration compatibility of the zoning request with your land use plan, and the planning director has already given you some insight and information with regard to how this proposal might conform with our land use plan or not. But that's something the board would need to take into consideration and make some kind of analysis or finding that despite the fact that it might not meet our land use plan, there is a reasonable basis to zone the property in any event. Thirdly, the courts have told us that you are to consider the benefits and detriments if the zoning, spot zoning is approved. And so that is to take into consideration and evaluate the benefit or detriment to the property owner if the rezoning request is approved or denied, the benefit or detriment to the neighboring property owners if the zoning is approved or denied, and then lastly, the community as a whole. Take into consideration the benefits or detriments to the community as a whole if the zoning is approved or denied. And then lastly, you would need to take into consideration the relationship of uses proposed in the rezoning application, in this case an asphalt plant, with the current uses of land around the proposed rezoning site. And you would want to make a determination and evaluation as to whether the proposed use on the rezoning application site is more intensive than the uses surrounding it, or less intensive. But in any event, you need to make some type of analysis and come to a reasonable basis why you would determine that there is an appropriate relationship of uses between that which is proposed for the rezoned site and that which currently exists and how property is used around the proposed site. So that would be the basic analysis that I would encourage you to make if you find that you believe it's in the best interest of the county to approve the rezoning.
Thank you.
Mr. Woody, based on the map you had that showed other industrial areas in the southern part of the county, can you show us on that map where this site is? Or just, point to it somewhere in that area? That's it right there?
Yep.
Okay.
Right here.
Any further questions? If I can have Mr. Woodson come up. Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much. I think, in the interest of time, we would like to maybe modify how we were going to do our presentation. I think we're going to try to condense it down significantly. With me today is Mr. Tate, who we hired to, his degree is in urban planning. We had him help us with understand the steering and how the land use plan was likely going to change. Also, Ms. Hamby with the engineering firm of Coastal Carolina, as well as Mr. Douglas, who is with Barnhill. If it's okay, I think I'm going to try to condense it down, run through it myself, and then open it up for questions, as opposed to having each one of them come up and kind of give you the basis that they were hired by. Maybe if that's okay, we can then open up the discussion from others that want to speak other than us. And if it's okay, we'll come back and rebut that. That's all right?
I'm fine with that. Thank you.
Okay, great. I'm Gary Woodson. My address is 124 Shore Drive. I was hired to help Barnhill in their relocation from their site of where they were located for 25 years. That was a 10-acre parcel zoned heavy industrial, which, of course, as Mr. Woody said, is going to be now a water park. When we did our land search, I was given carte blanche. There's 14 miles that we were to look for from the bridge going north, and we considered every parcel that was over 10 acres. A couple things that are pretty interesting here or important to note is that the Barnhill site is primarily a staging site. They use it for preparing for jobs in the local area. The periodic use is usually a few years apart. North Carolina Department of Transportation issues contracts for road building, and Barnhill periodically needs to bring in equipment, asphalt equipment. Now, that typically is years apart, and typically the asphalt plant only needs to run 1 to 4 months at a time. So it's kind of unique that the use that we have as a staging area does not need the conditional zoning. It's just for this rare or somewhat rare use as an asphalt plant. To put that in perspective, the 1 to 4 months at a time every few years is that for Barnhill, if they wanted to put in a 2-lane road for 50 miles, that would take roughly a month and a half. So the use is intermittent, but there's absolutely a need. The Department of Transportation hands out contracts, and we need to know that we can operate on them. We did condition this for a number of ways that we thought were beneficial and fit for the decisions we made. One was the equipment. The equipment has to be manufactured since 2006. The reason that's important, it's a sealed flute system. They're self-contained. They have infrared temperature control. The primary exhaust is steam. The emissions of a plant that's operating, if it operated every day of the year, are equal to 2 wood-burning stoves. So the emissions and the sophistication of the equipment now is much greater, and therefore they don't keep the equipment on the site anymore. Once they're done, it would go away. We did, as part of the conditions Mr. Woody pointed out, we felt like it was important that we put out across the entire length of the highway, 950 feet, we would do 300 foot deep of dense forest. It's 45 foot high, and that is taking up 32% of the property. That buffer, that's 300 feet, also goes around the property 25 foot deep. We also conditioned for an executive style entrance. We patterned it after Kilmarlock. And so therefore we felt like the appearance of this would be, and we presented to planning that the appearance as a conservation area was actually better than general business. Now, planning came back to us and said that they felt like their mandate was general business on the corridor, and that they really didn't follow the concept that we have, that this is a conservation area. They felt like it should be grown more as general business. We considered that and looked at the other most recent general businesses out there, the water park that's going to have a tower, it's 110 feet, some new retail, and we felt like that the general business for the entire corridor is probably unrealistic. And therefore, we felt like having a conservation area along the highway is certainly more aesthetically pleasing for some, including the adjacent residences. So we felt like we were on the right track. The subject property is, as Mr. Woody mentioned, is a half a mile from other heavy industrial. As far as the spot zoning, there's actually 5 zonings within a mile, so we didn't really feel like that applied. The subject property is also similar to the county recently passed text amendment that allowed for concrete production. We looked into that, and there's about 100 acres directly on the highway that are going to be industrial use or could be used for industrial use. And we felt like it's important to note that the type T buffers that would be required for that industrial use on the highway, our use for the conservation area far exceeds that. Another condition that we provided for was that in addition to our using it, we would provide an easement should the properties to the behind there want to develop in the future. We would provide them an easement. We're going to get into it in a minute, but there's about 500 acres back there that have either uses classified by the county as industrial, or they are complementary to industrial, and they're also not complementary to other uses, specifically the sewage spray fields. They may not be categorized as industrial, but they're certainly not receptive to have residential development close by. Planning also asked us to address certain issues. One of those was noise. Barnhill engaged Travelers Insurance, actually a division of Travelers Insurance, Travelers Risk Management. They did a study of an operating asphalt plant, and that plant's noise level is actually less than the adjacent highway. It was surprisingly low. What we determined from that is, for instance, if you go to the residence that's 1,500 feet to the north, they would have a noise level that would be classified as quiet daytime. If it was just the plant operation noise that they were listening to, actually, because they are closer to the highway and the highway's louder, they hear the highway. That's the same for the other residences and businesses that are in that general area. They're going to hear the highway over top of anything that's going on at the plant. Now, Mr. Woody mentioned it, that if you look on your page 3 of the packet that you handed out, I think that's going to go up a couple, Ben. Around the property, one more down. That around the property is essentially 500 acres that's either industrial use or compatible with industrial use, as opposed to compatible with something, like I said, more like residential. So we felt like we were on the right track here. So we contacted some of these other landowners. Atlantic Sewage recently spent $1 million to acquire sewage spray fields. They felt like they needed to protect this trend that they saw. They've got a letter in your packet that they would prefer to be zoned heavy industrial themselves. There's another landowner that did the same thing. So what you have here is the sewage spray fields for sand mines. You also have North Carolina Department of Transportation has a dump site, which Currituck classifies as industrial. So in general, we felt like this really is more likely going to be where the land use plan is going to move for industrial growth, as opposed to down at the lower part of the county. To put that in perspective, we did initially look where, go up one please. We looked at this area for our next site, and to put this in perspective, a year ago, this area right here had 215 acres of heavy industrial. Now it's lost 75% of the heavy industrial. There's 160 acres that's either been rezoned or in the process of being rezoned. So around all these industrial sites are, for instance, on the sites they pointed out here in the available space, 2 of those are zoned residential. 1 of those is zoned residential and adjacent to 1,000 acres of residential. 2 of the sites are adjacent to the water park. So we really didn't feel like, and we hired, like I said, a land planner that explained to us that they really felt like this lower part of the county, all of these sites here within 5 miles of the bridge, that area is really looking to grow resort, retail, and residential. So therefore, that's what pushed us up into this general area, and that's when our land advisor, Mr. Tate, explained to us that this industrial use right here is really well established, and the trend for that is well established. Since I brought Mr. Tate up, I'm going to go ahead and discuss your qualifications instead of you doing it yourself, okay? And then we'll just run all through it. And if you guys have any questions with these guys, you can. Mr. Tate has a degree in urban planning. He has 20 years experience in Northeast North Carolina and Hampton Roads. He's done over 100 feasibility studies for residential and commercial. We relied on Mr. Tate to study the area and the current land use and the land use trend. We relied on him to study the impact of our project and the adjacent property. We also asked him to establish likely development that was going to occur around that property, both likely and unlikely. And then finally, we asked him to study the proposed conservation area as opposed to general business along the corridor. I think it's worth noting that Barnhill, of course, they've been in the county 25 years. They've been in business for 65 years. They have a philosophy of being a good neighbor. They have taken great pains to do the right thing here and to locate in the right place. They understand the importance of the community. The Currituck plant, when it's in operation, will generate $125,000 a day. Barnhill has 1,100 employees. They have 85 employees locally. Their economic benefit would be significant. Barnhill Contracting has built the Raleigh Convention Center, Booth Amphitheater, East Carolina Family Medical Center, hotels, libraries, schools, projects such as the Currituck County College, East Carolina University, Wake County Justice Center, and the East North Carolina Museum of Art. So the presence in Currituck is pivotal. I think it's important that planning relied on information that's changed very rapidly. There was 215 acres of heavy industrial in that southern area that was on that map. That's largely gone. The heavy industrial that's left over is almost all fragmented. Most of the properties are 1 or 2 acres. We did consider recombinations of the industrial, and we actually entered into negotiations on a number of those, and it just wasn't feasible. With that, I'll open up any questions.
You have 25 acres now, the wooded area, that's 95 by 300, you said? How many acres is that on a map picture?
There it is right there, Ben. You mean 950 by 300?
Yeah.
I want to say that's 8 acres, okay. 33%.
And I see in the picture that you've got it manicured, sort of like Kilmarnock, as you said. Is that your intention to keep that, in a beautiful state, for lack of another?
Actually, Mr. Hall, yes. We felt like we wanted to make it, we used Kilmarnock as a pattern. We felt like we talked to Ben about that because he wanted to make sure that if we use that as a conservation area, I think he called it untouched conservation, is that right, Ben?
Undisturbed.
Undisturbed, right. And so the concept we would have to go in there and do some cruising to make sure that forest continue to grow healthy, but the concept absolutely to keep it as it is, a thick, dense forest.
And my concern is the healthiness part of it versus never going in it.
Sure, exactly. Obviously, we have a vested interest to make sure that we do that because without that conservation in place, because it's conditional zoning, if we don't take care of that, we lose it.
You had the site where the water park's going. It was a good site. Why'd you get rid of it?
It wasn't much of our decision.
Okay. I guess, and last but not least, as Mr. Woody said, one of the things we looked at in my 2 short years was beautifying the corridor. We had found 50 sites that we decided needed to be worked on. I think we did 43 of them then. I believe is how we cleared it up. I know that we have had the shooting range that we voted, or the county voted against. We have a neighborhood up in Moyock that we voted against that was on the corridor, but it passed by majority. So we're very concerned about our image and about our future livelihood with bringing commercial businesses up against the corridor. I mean, you're saying that this is a good match for this.
Well, there's not many companies that could come into that 25 acres and have the wealth that would actually provide a conservation area against the highway. That land is not going to be touched, and the concept of having general business into the entire corridor is probably not realistic. So in the option of not having general business there, having the option of somebody that's going to just put conservation there, and when they drive by, all they're going to see is trees, that's probably not a bad option. We also felt like our land planner explained to us that the residential homes there, none by us are occupied by their owners. They're in transition. And we felt like, or he felt like, that keeping that as a conservation area, keeping that as trees would actually be less impact on those residences that are on the highway than if there was general business development.
I guess last but not least, your asphalt plant where you can store materials.
Yes, sir.
Now, I know we're throwing sludge, waste, whatever you want to call it, and they're growing soybeans and everything for feed for animals and stuff. Is there any negative impact to leaching of any of your materials into the ground that would cause harm to this area surrounding it?
Barnhill was on their site that was 10 acres on the highway, heavy industrial, for 25 years. There were sign assessments. Ms. Hamby, if we need to, can comment on that, but a clean site was handed over to the water board. There was none.
Thank you.
Mr. Woodson, I have one question for you. The asphalt plant, when it's up and working, what contracts or areas are you all targeting to support? I'm not aware of huge transportation paving being done in Currituck.
That's right, and that's why we've said that there's large gaps, years, to when Department of Transportation issues contracts for the Currituck area. Barnhill has a site in Elizabeth City that does the majority of asphalt production. This would be for large projects for Currituck and Dare County, but only for large projects. They really have no desire or need to bring that equipment in for relatively small jobs. It would actually be for 100,000 tons or more, which would be only large projects. Which is a unique situation because really for what we're going to use the site for day in and day out, which is site staging for projects, we don't need a conditional zoning permit. The problem is when Barnhill makes a bid, when the Department of Transportation says we're going to resurface 158 through Currituck, and they make a bid, they have to know their costs exactly, and they have to know where the support facility is going to be located, and they have to be, the closer they are, the better, obviously. Doesn't happen very often. There's years apart from it happening, but if it's there and they know they can use it, it's a big deal.
Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
A couple comments. I grew up in Lower Currituck, watched this development. We just had this Lower Currituck study go on, talked to a lot of residents down there, and Ben's correct that most of the concerns I've heard was, yeah, we need business, but and also they wanted the corridor, cleaned up and looked nice, and I know in the discussions I've had with some individuals down there, I know they don't feel an asphalt plant that close to the highway is what they're envisioning. I like the design, I like the layout. The spot zoning thing still keeps coming back to me. It's a concern of mine with the surrounding areas and what we're trying to rezone it for. That's why I wanted to make sure I had a good, clear understanding of it.
Can I comment if you don't mind?
I'm sorry?
Can I comment?
Yes, sir.
I didn't mean to interrupt you.
No, it's okay. Go ahead.
So within 1 mile, there's 5 different zonings. And we understood that your concerns and those neighbors' concerns. But the use of that asphalt plant is very rare. Like I said before, that if they're going to do 50 miles of two-lane highway, it takes a month and a half. So this conditional zoning is a very intermittent use. Plus, the noise of that plant is not old school. It is quieter than the highway. The emissions, less than 2 burning fireplaces. So the concept of what the perception is for that asphalt plant with the intermittent use and what it is when it's operating is just not what the public perceives. It's not. Not even close. Plus, the way we've got the buffer all the way around, you can't even see it. Actually, they did ask for a silo on the site. If they were given that silo, you could see that silo from 1,700 feet away, and you'd see the top 200 feet. I'm sorry, top 2 feet. They could go to 42 feet, which would drop it below all the trees, and you wouldn't see it at all.
And I guess why is it more beneficial to have this closer to the highway versus sending it back into getting the main? Do you have concern with the vehicles coming in and out versus down industrial parks down there?
Well, as I said, we started at 14 miles. We took every parcel over 10 acres, and we considered every single one. Without a doubt, this one fit the best. As a general rule in development, staying closer to the highway is better as far as your overall impact to the community. We get the beautification of the corridor. But if it weren't for the beautification of the corridor, then having your industrial typically closer to the highway is better because your nicer residences, the residential development wants to push away from the highway. So what we felt like we did was by providing the conservation area, we got ourselves close to the highway, but at the same time, we're not impacting that corridor. We absolutely believe in the beautification of the corridor. By the way, Mr. McCree commented that on the spot zoning that the impact were it not to be zoned should be considered. And this property is probably not going to be up for general business development anytime soon. Mr. Foster owns a property, does need to sell it. If we have to go away, he loses out on something that it's really important for him that he gets a sale. And there's not going to be somebody following up behind us. It's a big deal.
Mr. Woodson, you had mentioned 5 other heavy industrial areas within a mile of this location. Are any of them on the highway?
I'm sorry, I misspoke. I meant to say there's 5 other zonings within a mile of this property, so the concept of spot zoning probably isn't significant. There is a heavy industrial 15 acres on the highway a half a mile south. So we have as far as reasons for the board to consider this, there is that heavy industrial on the highway half a mile south, and then also the text amendment you guys, recently passed provides for about 100 acres directly on the highway for concrete production. That's absolutely industrial use on the highway, and the buffer that you'll be required to provide on those properties, type B, we far exceed that with what we're proposing.
Any further questions? Thank you, Mr. Woodson.
Thank you.
This time I'll open the public hearing. Again, if you can keep your comments to 5 minutes, and if you would please keep applause down and conversations to a minimum when folks are talking, I appreciate it. The first citizen would be Ken Elliott.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and Commissioners, for letting me be here tonight. My name is Ken Elliott. I live at 202 Elliott Road in Hudlet. I also own property and a home at 7868 Currituck Highway in Palace Point, which is 500 feet south of this property we're looking at tonight. I want to say right off, I'm not opposed to Barnhill Contracting per se. I think they've done a lot of good things here in Currituck and North Carolina. I am opposed to the possible approval of this rezone. I understand why Barnhill is searching for a new location, but this planning staff has identified these other 6 locations, which should be able to be used for this type of activity. The applicant wants to put in a heavy industrial activity onto this parcel located directly on Currituck Highway. That, to me, does not seem to be the best use for this land. The Highway 158 corridor from here to the point, and even from Barco and Grandy to the point, should be a little bit more tourist oriented. The advent of the water park is changing this area, and I believe that this area should be more inclined to put in tourism oriented, either residences or service areas, as opposed to industry. I think we've got enough industrial zoning in this area. That's about all I have to say tonight. I just hope that the commissioners will keep focused on tourism as a good source of activity for the lower end of the county.
Thank you, Mr. Elliott. Fanny Newbern.
I'm a hungry old lady, so I was going to have a dinner after a short meeting. My name is Fanny Newbern. I live at 140 Newbern's Landing Road in Powell's Point, and my family owns property adjacent to this place that Barnhill is interested in rezoning. I'm not a realtor. I'm not an appraiser. But I feel sure that it will not increase the value of our property. And we hope that you would go along with the planning staff and the planning board in denying this request. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Newbern. Robert Griffin.
Robert Griffin, 436 Poplar Branch Road in Poplar Branch. And I'm also part of the landowners that adjoin this property as well. So I agree with what Ms. Newbern said. I certainly agree with what Mr. Elliott says, so I'm not going to repeat any of that, but just a couple of things. My mother has her house very close to this. It's not immediately adjoining, but it's very close, and she is here tonight and opposes this. The staff recommended denial. The planning board also voted to deny this. And just a couple of other things I would say about it. I share the concerns about the possibility of spot zoning. I mean, ag to heavy industrial does not seem to be compatible with our land use plan. And I would say one thing that Mr. Woodson said about granting an easement for future uses. The way that property is situated, the only way he could grant an easement off the highway would be to come through the property that we own. And I don't think he would get that. So I don't think that would be a possibility in the future. And that's one thing that was stated that I just wanted to clarify if you look at where that property sits compared to the land that is part of our family. But again, I certainly would recommend denying this request. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Griffin. Stephanie Smith.
Hi, I'm Stephanie Smith, 222 Sunrise Crossing Drive, Kildover Hills. I too am part of the family that owns adjacent property. And although I'm not an active real estate broker, I've had my license for several years. And I've also worked with a commercial appraiser for 5 years in Currituck, which we did a lot of land appraisals. And I've not checked on all the values lately on what things, but I do know that heavy industrial land is not very compatible next to general business on a highway. And especially from the standpoint of what it looks like. I know they want to say it's going to look great, which it may look nice out by the road. I just don't fully think that's the way Lower Currituck needs to go. So I just hope you'll keep in mind that there are other not family members, other landowners around. I know Miss Sparks is in the back, and they live not too far south of this. They live on the highway. They have a house on the road as well, and I don't think that's really what they expected to get as a neighbor. So, thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Smith. Ken Griggs?
My name is Ken Griggs. My office is at 148 Lucinda Lane in Powell's Point. I'm here representing the Griggs family. We had the parcel of property that sold to the water park, and which, of course, put Barnhill looking for another piece of property. For Mr. Woodson said 25 years, but Barnhill had actually, I believe, been on our farm for 27 years. They've been very good stewards to us. My office building is within probably 500 feet of their site. I would imagine probably all of y'all commissioners sitting here have probably ridden by that site a ton of times and never even realized it was there. And that's how they've always operated. And I feel like they would do the same thing up at this other site. They're just a really good company, and I would hate to see them leave the county. Thanks. I hope you vote for it. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Griggs. There's no one else signed up for this public hearing. Does anyone else like to speak? With that, I will close the public hearing.
Bobby, can I comment for a second?
Yes, you may.
So if I just might interject a couple things. Ms. Newbern, a big part of this, we said earlier that in this general area we have 4 sand mines, 3 different companies doing sewage spray. There's also the North Carolina Department of Transportation has a dump site. Ms. Newbern sold to Atlantic Sewage 300 acres, which in a large way really brought in a lot of this overall use. It was somewhat scattered around this property, and she made that sale. We did address value, and Mr. Tate, who also has, like I said, has a degree in urban planning, also has been an appraiser for over 25 years. And we discussed farmland versus commercial use and industrial use and general business. Mr. Smith feels like once he bought that land and then established the permits and use for having sewage spray fields, his land values quadrupled. If you want, Mr. Tate can comment, but in general, farmland is going to be at the lower scale of that value, and once the use is changed to industrial, it absolutely would increase. Another point that I wanted to make sure that I'm sorry I wasn't clear on is that there's been a lot of changes in this area for the uses recently, and we just saw that trend. We saw the Newbern sell 300 acres. This remaining property is left over. If this trend continues, we thought there's a decent possibility that they might want to have an access. We're not looking for an easement. We felt like should they continue to sell their property back there and somebody wants to develop it, as is the trend for the area, that easement would be there. And then finally, if we can go back down to the area, the 6 properties that were brought up were within 5 miles of the bridge. We really took a lot of time to try to see if we could make it work there. And it just wasn't feasible. The recombination concepts and the property sizes and what was there was just very difficult to try to figure out how it's going to work. It might be interesting to note also that the one site that I think Mr. Hall asked about, that's a half a mile south, that is zoned heavy industrial, there's 15 acres, it's on the highway, it's open field, and we didn't feel like that was prudent for us to try to put the plant in there just because of the what it would look like. So we believe in the beautification of the corridor, and we absolutely have searched for the best possible site. We really have. Thank you.
Thank you. Fanny, you would like to say something else?
We didn't sell 300 acres to Atlantic Sewage. We sold some acreage, but it was not 300.
Okay, thank you.
One last thing I forgot. If you'd like, Mr. Douglas can comment. Barnhill operates 15 asphalt plants in the state of North Carolina. 7 of those are adjacent to residential homes, and you have no complaints. There's no complaints at all whatsoever.
Thank you. With that, I'll close the public hearing and open the floor for discussion or a motion.
Mr. Scanlon, are you aware of any complaints against Barnhill at their old location?
I am not.
Mr. Chair, I'm prepared to make a motion, you know, I've known Barnhill's been in business for a long time. They've been located there a long time. I just have some concerns with the location and with the possibility of spot zoning, and I'm going to move that to deny PB 16-22 because it's not consistent with the land use plan. Industrial use should be located in the areas that would diminish desirable existing and planned non-industrial developments. The industrial development, it shall be located on land that is physically suitable and has unique advantages for the industry. The new industry development shall be encouraged to locate in existing and or planned industrial parks. It's not consistent. The important economic that we did the study with the development of Lower Currituck and the major highway corridors with our intent to address the landscaping and the looks of the corridor. And it's not reasonable and not in the public interest because it's established a new industrial site adjoining Currituck Highway instead of locating in an planned industrial park. It does have hot mix asphalt plants, will generate odors, noise, and negative impact. It's not compatible with our existing uses surrounding with the land subject to its application with the single-family dwellings, and that's going to be my motion.
I'll second that motion.
Any further discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Hearing none, motion passes unanimously. Our next agenda item under new business is an ordinance of the Currituck County Board of Commissioners imposing a moratorium on the acceptance, processing, or consideration of applications for solar arrays pursuant to NC General Statute Section 153A-340H. With that, I'll hand it over to Mr. McCree.
Yes, Mr. Chairman. The statute that you just cited provides a process by which a county board of commissioners may impose a moratorium on certain land uses within the county upon finding and after public hearing that there exists a need for a moratorium to allow for further consideration of a particular land use within the county and whether or how it should be allowed to continue as a permitted use within the county. The ordinance would also need to provide for the type of moratorium or what the moratorium means. In this case, it would mean that there would be a moratorium on the acceptance, processing, or consideration of solar array applications within the county during the period of time the moratorium is effective. Thirdly, there must include within the ordinance, as this one does, a date of termination and a reasonable necessity for the length of time imposed by the moratorium for its effectiveness. In this case, it is proposed that 60 days be provided to give staff adequate time to do that, which it is directed to do in the next portion of the ordinance, which is to review the Currituck County Unified Development Ordinance and the 2006 Land Use Plan to determine whether there's a need for amendment to the Unified Development Ordinance or other things that are advisable to preserve the stated goals set forth in the land use plan, and also directing planning staff not to accept or process any applications for solar arrays during the effectiveness of the moratorium. Another important aspect as required by statute, and these particular findings are set forth in the proposed ordinance, is a statement of the problem necessitating the moratorium. And what is cited for your consideration is that, number one, pursuant to the county's existing land use plan, there is policy number ID 9, which provides that the county shall not support the exploration or development of energy-producing facilities within its jurisdiction. There also is further recitation of the fact that there exists within the county currently 2 solar arrays, one approximately 2,000 acres in size, located adjacent to residential uses of land. That would be the Sun Energy facility in Modoc. That has resulted in numerous complaints to the county during the course of its construction, and now we believe its operation. That may not be compatible with residential uses. And there is additionally pending in the Currituck County Superior Court, which was argued a few weeks ago, an appeal for denial of a use permit for solar array in Grandy at the former Goose Creek Golf Course, which was most recently used as a golf course and is currently surrounded by residential uses. Further, there will be proposed findings that in February of 2016, in a report to the North Carolina General Assembly, the North Carolina Department of Environmental Quality expressed concern with regard to solar arrays and the loss of agricultural land and jobs within the state from conversion of agriculturally used property to solar arrays, and also the loss of wildlife habitat due to the solar arrays' location on land and land surrounded by fencing, normally used by wildlife for foraging and other purposes. Going on further, there has also been a report from the North Carolina Utilities Commission to the North Carolina General Assembly in February of 2016 that showed Currituck County as being one of the top 5 counties in the state at that time where there were pending certificates of public convenience and necessity for solar array energy production within the state of North Carolina. So those would be proposed findings for the board to make following the public hearing, if you so decide, to support the necessity for the moratorium. The moratorium would be in effect if you adopt it from tonight until the meeting on March 4th, 2017, by which date it would be expected that the planning staff would present to you its work and the planning board's work for any ordinance modifications that may be recommended to you. I'd be glad to answer any questions.
Mr. Chairman, I would like to disclose that Sun Energy has been trying to purchase 9.5 acres of land from our family located on East Ridge Road, and also that at the passing of my sister last week, they did send a floral arrangement, but I don't think it would influence my decision on any of this.
Thank you. Any further comments? I would open the floor for a motion.
Mr. Chairman, it would be appropriate first for you to call for a public hearing. The public hearing is required by statute. I'm sorry, I may not have made that clear. And proper advertisement has been given in the daily advance on December 23rd and December 30th in the time required by the statute.
Okay. I would open the floor for public comments. No. Oh, I do. I apologize. I apologize. I read the sheet wrong. I apologize.
Do we have a public comment?
Yes, sir, you do.
Okay.
Owen Etheridge. Oh. Apologies, I read the sheet wrong.
My name's Owen Etheridge. I live at 109 Evergreen Drive in Moyock. First of all, it was advertised in the advance, but why was it not on the county website as a public hearing? Nor in your agenda for tonight does it say. Why was it not included in the public hearings you've held before now? So I question if it's proper before you. Because the general public, how many people get the advance in Currituck County? Less than 2,000. So I think you've got a problem there. But with that being said, what is the imminent danger of these solar farms that would constitute the need for a moratorium on accepting an application? You already have under the general police powers in North Carolina the ability to address anything and everything that these solar farms could present. Now, that's up to you to take the initiative as a Board of Commissioners and address it when they come forward, not to stop them now. And I think what people are failing to see is that land is an asset to the individuals that hold it. Assets that might have been in a family in 100 years or more. And now it's time for them to get some value out of that land, because I've got to tell you, another year like the last two we've had in agriculture in Currituck County and around the surrounding areas, you're going to have subdivision requests out of Yin Yang coming up here to you. Because these farmers have got to do something, and these landowners have got to do something to, bless you, to generate some revenue. Because it's tough. When NC State University tells you that you've got to grow 80, 90 bushels of wheat, and the average yield in Currituck County is 60 to 70 acres, that 90 bushels is needed to break even, you're going in the hole. But I think you have to look at what is the problems these solar farms might present. Is it creating excess traffic? No. Does it create public safety concerns in terms of public water, adequate water and public sewer? No. Does it generate children that goes to school? No. It's a positive cash flow for the county of Currituck to increase your tax base. Now, I understand and I agree they're not the best looking things in the world. And I will disclose with you that I have some property in my family that Sun Energy is looking at. Am I talking about my own self-interest here? To some degree, yes. But I'm also talking about anybody in Currituck County that might have a parcel of land that they're having a hard time to pay taxes on. And folks, that's what we're talking about. If you go to Article 1, Section 1 of the North Carolina Constitution, it states citizens have the inalienable right to the enjoyment of the fruits of their labor. Article 1, Section 19, no person shall be deprived of their property but by the law of the land. Well, the current law of the land in Currituck County is solar farms are permitted in this county. So what is the driving need here? With that being said, what are you seeking to address here? Can anybody tell me? Or is it here to address the particular individuals that dislike the solar farms? I'd play that in your laps because you're dealing with people's livelihoods. I sat where y'all are sitting for 16 years. And I remember one thing that I heard an old-time commissioner, some of you might know, some of you might not, Milburn Sawyer. He said to me when I was first elected, he said, always remember one thing. Every decision you make affects somebody's personal property rights. And that's what you're dealing with. Because there's a lot of people that have been contacted by various solar farm providers about the possibility of their land being brought into a solar farm. And I've got to tell you, the prices that are being offered beats the hell out of farming, or beats it out of land rent if you're renting it to a farmer. So please keep that in mind. And I would argue to point to you that you do not have a valid legal reason in which to implement a moratorium on this at this time. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Etheridge. Steve Fentress.
Thanks for allowing me to speak tonight. Steve Fentress, 247 Grandy Road. if Mr. Etheridge had done the kind of research I've done for a year and a half, he wouldn't be standing here making those kind of claims. They are dangerous. They pay very little taxes. And the only reason they exist is from federal subsidies. Huge amount of money. You have one solar array across from an elementary school in Scarborough that probably 99% chance has a very toxic material in the glass panels themselves. And in looking through all the drawings for Moyock and Scarborough for the past year and a half, it's ironic that after I found out of a lot of things, but not as much as I know now, that these things are dangerous. And ironically, less than a year ago, I approached planning with a proposed moratorium and for the reasons why, and reasons that Mr. Etheridge is not aware of. And at the time, no Board of Commissioners were aware of, and now we are. And I think this is a great idea for a moratorium. Dr. Eckerlin, who's with NC State in Raleigh, and has been before the board, and Dr. Heiniger, the agronomist at NC State in Plymouth, I've talked to both of them, and they will be glad to come meet with planning, county manager, and county attorney to give you their expert opinion on these things. And I would like to be a part of that discussion, not because I think I know so much about them, but because I do, and it's been from research, unlike Mr. Etheridge. Thank you very much, and I hope you pass the moratorium.
Thank you, Mr. Fentress. Would anyone else like to speak on this issue? With that, I will close the public hearing and open the floor for discussion or a motion.
Mr. Woody, currently in the UDO, it doesn't really allow for the solar farms or solar energy. And we've passed some that were, I guess, not appropriately permitted. Would you agree with that or correct me?
I think everything you've passed has been appropriately approved or permitted. You have made changes to your ordinance, so currently they're only allowed as conditional zoning districts in agricultural areas. But I think what's been passed has been so appropriately, to the best of my knowledge.
Okay. Thank you.
I think what Commissioner Gilbert may have been referring to was the 2006 land use plan. Is that correct, Mr. McCree?
I think so. I mean, in the Grandy solar array application, the board ultimately made a determination and partly based its denial on the fact that it was not consistent with the land use plan, in particular policy ID 9, that does not encourage or promote the location of energy producing facilities within the county. Now, whether others should have been approved or not, I mean, that issue is down the road, and the time in which to appeal those decisions has long since passed. So that's not even something that could be considered at this point in time. But going forward certainly is something I think that the board should be cognizant of in its land use plan policy.
And I'd just like to make a comment. I mean, there's been a lot of information provided lately with the solar farms, and I just think it's a good time for us as a board to assess the ramifications of the solar farms that are coming into the county, and, you know, where do we want to see Currituck with solar farms? I mean, that's another concern I think we need to discuss, and I would think that this moratorium would give us some time to discuss that and get a good understanding where we want this county to go moving forward with solar farms. And so, I mean, I would support that because of those reasons.
And we're only asking for 60 days, am I correct on this?
That's what the moratorium ordinance before you provides, is a 60-day moratorium.
One of the things I think we're going to be looking at also is the fact that both of the solar parks that are here, as we've all stated in the past and even tonight, we've made some errors in how we did our terminology, how we made sure that they were following procedure. So I think stepping back and looking to make sure we're going forward, if that's what we decide to do, one way or the other, that we're getting our terminology correct. Because right now, we're over 2. And also, in the same token, when these violations occur, we're not used to this, so we're still new kids on the block. Thank you.
The only other comment I'd like to add is that, and clearly it is lucrative to sell your land or lease your land or whatever the deal is associated with the solar parks. And to the best of my knowledge, I've not heard a single comment from a landowner or a land leaser that had any issues with solar facilities that went onto their property. It's the population of folks, the Currituck County residents that live around those facilities that have all had the issues. And while I'm very sensitive to property rights, it's not at the expense of our neighbors. And so, and I would agree with what Commissioner Hall just said. We have had 2 facilities come through here, and, both have been learning experiences, and they've not been good learning experiences. And so with that said, I would move to approve the moratorium on solar development in the county for 60 days.
I'll second that motion.
Any further discussion? All in favor? Aye. Opposed? Hearing none, motion passes unanimously. Next agenda item is an ordinance of the Currituck County Board of Commissioners amending Section 2-65 of the Currituck County, North Carolina Code of Ordinances, providing for the location of public comments on the agenda and time allotted for public comments. With that, I'll hand it over to Mr. McCree.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, as directed by the board, there is pending before you an ordinance amendment to your Code of Ordinances that will place public comment from the end of the meeting back up to an item just below the approval of the agenda. Furthermore, as directed by the board, and it was my understanding that the board wanted to reduce the allocation for public comment time from 5 minutes, as it currently has been for a while, to 3 minutes. And so Section 2-69, Part 2 of the proposed ordinance would amend informal public comments to provide that each speaker shall be allotted 3 minutes to address the board. That is the proposal for your consideration. Be happy to answer any questions.
The original prior to that was 3 minutes, so we're going back to what it was prior?
That is correct.
With that, I'll entertain a motion.
I make a motion that we approve.
Second.
Any further discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Hearing none, motion passes unanimously. The next item on our agenda is the consent agenda. I open the floor for a motion.
I move for approval.
Oh,
We
we
took
we
that off.
took it out.
We didn't take A, B, and C.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, you amended your agenda under C to add 1, 2, and 3, 1 being the Planning Board, 2 being Recreation Board, and 3 being the Historic Commission.
Which is off with the fact that they're all the boards we have. So.
I thought we just took that completely off.
That's what I did. Part, which is where the board that we sit on.
That's what you thought it was too. That's what I thought we were taking.
I did as well.
We all thought we were taking it off.
You took out and added 1, 2, and 3. In other words, we were talking about the prior, who sits on what board. You took that part, that was the original number 1, and you replaced it with 1, 2, and 3.
I only have one on here
Yes, the one original was that there, the nominations.
with Commissioner advisors. Yeah, where you seeing the other ones at?
We added them. At the start of the agenda.
To add appointments to the other advisory boards?
Yeah.
Oh, well, I must have missed that one then. All right. I thought we took the whole thing off. Okay.
I did too.
So we'll move forward with this.
Mr. Chairman, Planning Board, my appointment, Fred Whiteman, is currently serving. He has attended meetings. He has been productive. He has worked in the best tradition of Currituck County. I look forward to serving the citizens. I would like to reappoint him for another term if I could, please. I make a motion that we approve.
Is he up for reappointment?
Reappointment. He's not.
At this time?
He's current.
I'll second that motion.
All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Hearing none, motion passes.
I have an appointment to the Recreation Advisory Board, and it's a reappointment to Ellen Owens. She's worked with the 4-H here in the county for several years before she was selected as the Pasquotank County Extension Director, and I'd like to reappoint her.
I'll second that motion.
Do y'all want to arm wrestle?
No.
Okay.
He can have it.
All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Hearing none, motion passes unanimously.
Mr. Chairman, the Historic Preservation Commission, months ago, we had brought that forward. We have approved it for 5 positions. There are consensus appointments. We had 5 applications a while back. We have had no new applications, even though we've asked for them at several meetings. I would move that we approve the 5 applications that we have to fill the 5 consensus boards, being that of Josh Bass, Horace Bell, Virginia Serpico, and Mary Simmons, and Barbara Snowden.
I'd second that.
All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion passes unanimously. Next item is the consent agenda. Any discussion?
I move
Motion for
again.
approval.
Second.
Can I have a second?
I'll second.
I second.
Oh, okay.
You're there.
Okay. I thought y'all were fighting over that too. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Hearing none, motion passes. We'll go with the Commissioner's report, if I could, with Mr. Beaumont.
Nothing to report.
Ms.
Survive the holidays.
Right.
Nothing.
Mr. Hall?
We've just appointed 3 boards to people. I know in the past we've had problems where we always don't listen to our boards, and sometimes we do, but we need it here, desperately need it. If you'd like to serve on a board, please come forward. You know, be part of Currituck's future. And again, you're guide to the meeting this county.
Mr. White?
Nothing to say, thank you.
Mr. Payment?
Nothing this evening, thank you.
Ms. Gilbert?
The only thing I have, and I don't have a lot of details, is the Wounded Warriors are coming in on Sunday for a parade. I don't have all the details, but I do know that there's a second round of this going on. I believe it's going to start, and it should be coming by the Judicial Center around 9 or 9:45, between 9 and 9:45. So just, I had someone that just texted me and gave me that information earlier today, but I don't have the details. But just stand out on the side of the road between 9 and 9:45 on Sunday morning and wave your flags.
Thank you. I don't have anything. I now move that we go to closed session.
Manager.
Oh, I'm sorry.
I have nothing either, thank you.
How could I forget you, Dan? I'm sorry. I now move that we go to closed session. The board moved to enter closed session pursuant to GS 143-318- or .11.
You skipped public comment.
Any public comments? Sorry, it's late. It's late. Nobody was signed up. That's why I skipped it. Eric, do you want to speak? You good? Apologies. It's way past my bedtime. I move that the board enter closed session pursuant to GS 143-318.11A3 to consult with county attorney in order to preserve attorney-client privilege related to the following matters.
Second.
Them all?
No, second.
Okay.
Yes, you should,
I should.
name them all for.
RF London and Mermaids, Inc. versus Currituck County and Currituck County Board of Adjustment. Swan Beach Corolla LLC versus Currituck County. Ocean Hill Commercial LLC and others versus James Bickford, Mid-Atlantic Builders, Ocean Hill One Property Owners Association and Currituck County. Ocean Hill Commercial LLC and others versus Currituck County. Moyock Commercial Properties LLC and James S. Friedman versus Currituck County. Coastal Corporation and James E. Johnson Jr. versus Currituck County and Ocean Sands Water and Sewer District. Ecoplex Inc., Fresh Air Energy 2 LLC and Currituck Sunshine Farm LLC versus Currituck County and Teresa Wheeler versus Currituck County.